where the person wrote that here is Segovia again, so the town, more than 40 days of paralysis with the protagonists of illegal and criminal mining, encouraging behind the scenes another prolonged, violent, irrational strike, like those they unleash every time the state generates a response to stop and counter their devastating actions on the territory and the violence and death they cause to appropriate gold rents. So this is like the state perspective, more or less. And this is part of what I find like a broader dynamic where the frames for artisanal and small-scale miners to legitimately extract and produce gold are shrinking. So in early mining legislation, the state institutions recognized that artisanal mining is actually quite a diverse set of practices. Like broadly speaking, it's about this small-scale extraction of gold, so less machinery, less capital than industrial mining. And in this early legislation from 1988, the state recognized also that the introduction of this artisanal mining into the formal economy should respond to the diversity of practices. And this changed with the current legislation from 2001, where basically any type of extraction that does not hold a mining title is considered illegal. So there's much less space for artisanal miners to legitimately extract gold. But there's another side to this story from the 2017 mining strike, and this is the side of the protesters, like why they mobilized. And one legal advisor to the organization that called to the strike said that their weapons are the Constitution, the law, and our words and our presence. These are our weapons. So this means that how the state institutions frame this like neat difference between illegal mining and legal mining, in practice that doesn't really work, because the artisanal miners in the study area, they also do have their rights, and these rights are also protected by the law. So the question here is like how these different types of rights are being reconciled so as to create a more inclusive system, kind of. So the question that I raise in the paper is how contestations around implementation of mining governance schemes reconfigure the relationship between citizenship and extraction. And like the methodology I used, and this is part of my PhD, is a distended case study, because I was interested in how these mining governance schemes emerge at different sites and how they are put to work at different sites. So for example, like these formalization policies, the narratives that are used to legitimize these policies, they are formed on an international scale with work by Hernando de Soto, for example, who basically says that formalization is like a core thing for economic growth, but then formalization policies are put to work in a very specific context, and also like the policies are negotiated on different scales. So there's like national policies, but then there's also like the provinces, like Antioquia here on the right, who put to work these policies, and then they land on the ground in specific settings where these policies are translated, and where like the categories for legitimate mining and criminality and all these things are negotiated. Okay, I have a problem here with my presentation, unfortunately, but basically this was to show the methodology that I used. And I hope I can summarize it. So what I did was analyze legal frameworks on a Colombian scale and international scale. I conducted interviews. I spent time in mining communities in Segovia and Remedios. And I also consulted state policies to understand like how these legislations, how they emerge and why. So maybe a little bit of background about the case study. So Segovia and Remedios are two towns in northeastern Antioquia in like northern Colombia. They have a very long history of gold mining. And part of this history is that artisanal and industrial mining have been coexisting for a very long time. So maybe to give you an idea what this artisanal mining looks like in Segovia and Remedios, it's, as I already mentioned before, it's very diverse. So there are practices like people basically just digging some holes and trying to find gold, but then there are also other practices that are much more stable over time, that like mines that are run like companies basically. But what unites these different practices is that they usually don't have a state mining license, so they operate informally or in the eyes of the state illegally. And the second thing is that they generally use mercury to process the ore, and I'm mentioning this because mercury has been made illegal in Colombia in 2018, so this is yet another like source of criminalization for small-scale mining. And then the picture here on the bottom right from the AGC, that's a criminal group, I would say, the Autodefensas Gaitanistas de Colombia. This is a group that emerged after the paramilitaries were demobilized in the early 2000s. And I put this here because, as we saw in the beginning of the presentation, armed groups are involved or entangled in many ways with gold. And this includes, for example, extortion of actors, both from informal and legal gold mining. Sometimes the armed groups are directly involved in extracting the gold. And another way they are involved in gold mining is that they use gold to launder money from other sorts of businesses like drugs trafficking, for example. And so what I observed in Segovia and Remedios is that what is currently being negotiated is this very like differentiation between what is legitimate mining and what is criminal mining. And generally, it is assumed that these boundaries are super clear, and if you don't follow state rules, then you are an illegal miner. And then if this is taking place in spaces where armed groups are present, like the step for being associated to one of these armed groups is very small. So, yeah. Oh my God. So there's like a contradictory dynamic here, because on the one hand, there's more state presence now in these extractive spaces. And the general idea is that they want to expand legality so as to improve control over gold mining and generally implement a more beneficial mining sector. So this happens, for example, through militarization, but there's also more violence. Yes, and maybe a few words about armed conflict, because there's also like an ideologization of state-sanctioned extraction. And what I mean with this is that extractivism, like these large-scale projects, are also seen as a means to pacify and develop conflict regions. And what this then entails, that if you are opposed to these large-scale mines, then state institutions assume that you are in favor of left-wing insurgencies, like the guerrillas, and these left-wing insurgencies have been the internal enemy of the state for a very long time. So this is also how criminalization works. And what I found in my study is that there's actually a counter dynamic there, because on the one hand, the state is like this super oppressive force that kills a lot of people, but on the other hand, the state is also a source for legitimacy and recognition for small-scale miners. So when the legal advisor to Mesa Minera, this mining organization, told us in the beginning that they are defending their constitutional right to extract gold, this speaks to this dynamic where the small-scale miners actually also use state legislation to create legitimacy for their extractive practices. And yes, so what is going on in Colombian mining is, in my opinion, that there is like the boundary between informality, illegality, and criminality are renegotiated, and they're also being re-territorialized through state control mechanisms and their contestations. And this leads to the criminalization of a locally grounded understanding of informal but very legitimate mining livelihoods. Yes, and I think I will just stop there.
Israel's use of military law and the courts in the occupied Palestinian territories.
Just a second. Can you help me with it's behind this and I can Okay, hi. So, yeah, I'm going to talk about what's written there. And it's now a kind of a turbulent time in Israel-Palestine. But there are waves of those turbulent times, especially in the last years. And when it's not turbulent, and when it's relatively calm, the word in Hebrew for that is actually silence. Okay, when we talk in Israel about calm periods, it's the silence period. And I found it interesting because that's really what the work about. Because when you talk with the military official, they think that the main power that keep the occupied territory silent is the law. And I will go into this now. So, just quickly, when I will say occupied OPT, occupied Palestinian territories, in this talk I will talk only about the West Bank. There are many other territories that could be declared OPT, and I will not talk also about Jerusalem that was annexed, because I'm talking about the legal framework. And I'm talking about the legal framework in the West Bank that is not Jerusalem. And when I will talk about Palestinians, I will talk about the Palestinians that live there and do not have Israeli citizenship. And when I talk about the state of Israel and the laws of Israel, I'll talk about the laws of the country that is not the occupied territories. Every definition there is political, so. So Orna Ben Naftali said it's the most legalized occupation in the world, and there are a few reasons for that. Well, first, prior to the occupation, prior to the 67 war, Israel already knew it's going to occupy lands, and there were this discussion how to administer those lands that will be occupied and who will administer those lands that will be occupied. And it was given actually to the legal department in the army to decide what will be the future of any occupied land. So it started with law. It was not given to the politician to decide. It was not given to diplomats. It was given to lawyers. And lawyers, said, okay, let's do law. That's what lawyers do. And that warrant that you saw at the beginning of the presentation, that was ready in the army stockhouse prior to the 67 war. They were ready with a booklet of laws to be handed to any Palestinian person that in a territory that was occupied by Israel, and it's already had a lot of criminal, like things that you are not allowed to do in general. Okay. Another reason for the Hebrew legalization was that the Israeli Supreme Court has decided quite early after the occupation to open its gate to Palestinian petitions. Now, it's not only created kind of a more sophisticated way of Palestinians to address their issues, but because there was no other court to address the issues, every stupid question about Palestinian life went to the Israeli Supreme Court directly. And when you go to the Supreme Court, you have to come with a legal reasoning, and a legal reasoning from the state, and a legal reasoning from the petitioner. So every point was extremely litigated into the fact that every kind of behavior was decided by the Israeli Supreme Court. Well, let's say inside Israel, a lot of things are decided in the lower courts, and they never get to the legal sophistication that you need when you argue in front of the Supreme Court. So that was another issue that created hyper legalization. The other thing was the Oslo Peace Accord that was given to lawyers to write. And it's a very kind of a lawyery agreement. It's like a divorce agreement that was done by lawyers, and we all know how those end. Yeah? So that's the three main reasons why it's so legalized. So the basic legal idea is based on the Geneva Convention. That's what they went with. And they said, okay, the law of the land before the occupation will be the law, but the legislator, the military, who is the going in the boots of the sovereign, can write laws of itself. What this kind of basic frame created is that in the occupied territory today there are at least 5 different legal systems operating, that the military regime, which is, again, as I said, in the boots of the sovereign, can choose and pick from each one of them what is better for him. The Ottoman law that was in the territory before Jordan, the Jordanian law, the British colonial law, all of those laws are still effective in the occupied territory. And how are they used? So I'll give a couple of examples. So when Israel started to build the separation wall, there was a rise in the villages that were affected by it. There was a rise of resistance, but it was it was a very civil political resistance. They were not really affiliated with any of the known parties. And they were all young leaders in villages that were not really active against the occupation prior to that. And so it was villages that had some economical relief. The leaders were educated, and they did not come from background of resistance, so they tried other methods. They tried performative methods, they tried all kinds of things, which actually clicked very much with a lot of how international communities see how resistance should be, and which created a PR problem to the army. Those weekly demonstrations against the wall, and then it became against settlement that took some land. Those popular kind of struggle resistance became a big PR problem because it looked good. The request was very clear, and not like end the occupation, but give us our specific land back, give us access to our well, give us access to our road. So those things were a problem for the Israeli army because they cannot come blazing out, shooting and killing, although they did also that, but not so much. So this is how they use the legal system. What did they do? It's a trick. The military law says that in terms of evidentiary law, the law will be the law of Israel. Now, in the Israeli evidentiary law, there is a whole section about security offenses. And security offenses in the Israeli law are very, very severe security offenses. Those are spying and terrorist blowing things. And really, the only hard when a democracy is saying, okay, we will allow more severe ways of interrogation or more severe ways of settling evidence, because those are really protected values. In the military law, in the occupied territories, everything is a security offense. And throwing a stone is a security offense, raising a flag that is not allowed is a security offense. So by using the legal system of security offenses of Israel, they interrogated, and I will not go into the way they were interrogated. They interrogated people who were peaceful demonstrators in a way that you interrogate terrorists in order to get incrimination on the leaders. And they were taking youth and interrogating them, forcing them to confess that those are the leaders. And then the leaders would be charged with this article, with saying that everyone who is attempt to harm the public order or public peace, the punishment is 10 years of prison. They were all sent to between 2 and 3 years in prison. Another way of cherry picking, and I will end there, although I have more, is a recent attack of Israel on the civil societies, and that's the declaration that 6 Palestinian NGOs are an illegal organization. Those are very established NGOs. They are active for more than 20 years, getting money from Europeans, and they are doing a very important job in documenting not only Israeli wrongdoings, but also the Palestinian Authority wrongdoing, which I think it's part of the reason that they were declared illegal. And the way they were declared illegal is, again, using, it's another cherry-picking way of using the law to criminalize. It's using the British colonial law, which it's emergency regulation. This is a gift that was given to many colonial countries. And if you can see those regulations in terms of declaration, the system is very clear. The military commander can decide that an organization is an illegal organization. And the moment it's decided and you go into that list, the list is around 350 organizations, then almost any activity regarding this organization is becoming illegal, and if you see, the burden of proof is switched. You need to prove that you are not a member. You need to prove that you didn't know that you are holding membership there. You need to prove that you didn't know that you are renting a place for this organization. And of course, this could not, the Israeli military law could not have such an article. It's totally against everything a legal system is about, but as the defense regulation of 1935 are there, then so those are just 2 examples of how it's done. Thank you.
So thanks very much. I have the feeling that I'm kind of cutting all your presentations. But I'm sure we will have time to go into the details of the conclusions, and you will have time to expand on those during the Q&A. So we have the last presentation, which is online. I think Chiara Chiavaroli from LSE is online. which is co-authored with Irene Velez
Oh,
Torres
here.
from the Univalle University in Colombia. And their paper is titled Let's Die and Make Die, Hacer Morir, on the criminalization of coca and marijuana producers in the persistent internal armed conflict in Colombia.
Hi.
Hi, Kara. Sorry, she's there. How to project here. Is anyone here any good at gadgets? Come here. There's a reason why I studied sociology. It's so internal and all this stuff.
So when we did PowerPoint presents, how do we?
Hi, Chiara. I don't think you're hearing me.
Hey, can you
Just consider that.
don't go so quickly? Stay here. We need here. So can you hear us?
Okay, we can hear you.
Oh, we can hear you now. So good.
Okay. And you want to share the screen so that I can project the presentation, or it is too much and I should just talk?
No, it's too much actually. Things went wrong.
There are too many mics open.
I'll leave you to work, sure, because I'm not good at that.
Can you speak for like just a minute, right? There.
No, we were doing just put that in last.
Just it will create resonance because try that. Where does the sound come from?
But we were listening.
Yeah, I know. There, try again. No. There, try again once again. No. Once again.
This is why you see an enemy of hybrid conferences.
Once again. Do you have a cable?
PhD student at the Department of International Development at LSE, and the paper that I'm presenting today is co-authored with Professor Emilia Stores from the Unimace. So the work that we are presenting is about criminalization strategies that target marijuana and coca producers in the Bajo Cauca and Cauca region. So in Colombia, but taking two case studies, which are the Bajo Cauca region in Antioquia, northwest of Antioquia, and the Cauca department. So in the Bajo Cauca region, we're looking at two municipalities, one of which is part of the program for the voluntary substitution of illegal crops, that I'm going to talk about in a second. And we're only working with coca producers, while in the Cauca department, Iran is working with both marijuana and coca producers, and with in the municipalities of Miranda and Corinto, and with people that farmers that have both marijuana and coca producers, and that are included and not included in the program for the voluntary substitution. Okay, so a little bit of context on criminalization discourses that on the criminalization discourses that we are looking into. There is a geopolitical dimension that shapes them. So the relationship of Colombia with the United States and the focus on targeting the producing geographies rather than the US market has been influencing all the national politics in Colombia against coca and marijuana producers. And we see this consistently across different presidencies. So from Nixon to Reagan to Bush, this idea that the target should be in the producing geographies, and that fighting drugs is also a means to fight international terrorism. In Colombia, in the last 20 years, the focus has been on militarization and forced eradication. So the criminalization discourses have been really strong and have implied the use of different military measures against coca and marijuana producers. One very contentious one is the use of glyphosate for aerial eradication in coca producing municipalities. And that was stopped in 2015 after a note published by the World Health Organization that expressed concerns on the health impacts of this policy. And in 2016, the government signed the peace agreement with the FARC-EP. So in the context of the peace agreement, an important point of the peace agreement was the voluntary substitution, the solution to the problems of illicit crops, and the voluntary substitution of coca production in the country. So the context in which we are analyzing these criminalization policies is the post-agreement. And it is important because there is an ambivalence in after 2016 between criminalization discourses and these attempts of legalization. So we're looking into the gray areas that emerge in this sort of state ambivalence between these two tendencies, criminalization and legalization. So rather than just looking at criminalization as a rhetoric device, we are looking at the biopolitical implications. So the idea is to conduct an ethnographic exploration of what these criminalization discourses mean for producers at a very everyday life and intimate level. So we use the concept of letting die from Bembe that talks about the creation of spaces in which people are not worthy of living, so can be left die and can be absent from the interest of state investments, social investments. Talking in particular about the creation of areas that are militarized and are considered red areas, where civilian losses are sort of justified because of these criminalization strategies. And on the other hand, we're using a concept that comes from Swiston that is going to be out in a forthcoming publication, that is Making Die, which implicates that beyond creating these deaf areas, there is also creation of toxic geographies through glyphosate spraying that affect directly the health of people that inhabit these geographies, and that materially cause their death and their and health impacts. So with ethnographic exploration of farms of coca and marijuana producers in both these two departments, talking in particular with women, because we think that an important point of that is missing from the program of voluntary eradication is a gender focus and a focus on the women that participate in the coca value chain, even if not always directly as farmers, but in a lot of secondary tasks. And what we see in both the Bajo Cauca and Cauca department is that the program for the voluntary substitution of illegal crops works in different ways as a mechanism of exclusion. And this is because at the intermunicipal level, there is a selection of municipalities that can participate, that have been prioritized to participate in the program. So for instance, in the Cauca department, only 5 of the 42 municipalities have been selected to enter the program. And in Antioquia, only 5 of the 125 municipalities. And in the Bajo Cauca area, which is a hotspot of coca production, only 2 of the 5 municipalities have been selected. And this creates disparity in terms of social investments and in terms of access of, for instance, a mechanism of international cooperation to these municipalities that are now considered coca-free or that are in the process to become coca-free. And at the intermunicipal level, there is of course, a mechanism of exclusion between people who did enter the program and people who did not, either because they for mistrust in relation to the government policies didn't decide to enter, or because they didn't comply with the requirements to enter these schemes. And also between those people that could prove that coca crops and all those social actors that were just like working in the coca value chain. So, for instance, women that were cooking in the coca laboratories, or that were just working temporarily in the coca value chain but did not enter the program. And what this does is that it creates a process, we call it micro islands of substitution. So the idea is that there are points in which the program is being implemented, and this has generated a movement between those rural fractions in the same municipalities that entered the program and those who did not, and the migration in the same area from municipalities that entered the program to municipalities that did not, which actually led to an expansion of the agricultural frontier, because the coca crops have been moved from one area to another, and a migration of people from a livelihood strategy that implied coca farming to other illegal activities like gold mining. Okay, just 3 minutes. And in terms of for the marijuana producers, there have been attempts of legalization. So in particular in 2016, the law 1787. But the licensing process is extremely expensive and extremely complicated. So just to give you an idea, in 2021, a license for the production of secondary products derived from marijuana or coca production was around 27 million COPs, which is an important sum for farmers. So what happens is that there is a creation of a gray area where people sometimes sell products even though the crops itself are illegal, and transnational capital and people with the means to have license. So for instance, Canadian enterprises enter this market, but the farmers are actually excluded. So super quickly, what happens in these areas, in these gray areas, is that the coexistence of criminalization and legalization measures implies that people feel that the state didn't comply with what was practiced in the peace agreement, and that this criminalization persists. And we have loads of ethnographic accounts of people that, of communities that find themselves in these ambivalence. While they are in the program of voluntary substitution, nearby rural fractions are being visited by eradicators for manual force eradication measures. And this implies that there are civilian losses, because the entrance of eradicators implies the entrance of armed actors in territories where there are already other illegal actors, and the criminalization of the social movements that are in these territories. So, for instance, in Terasa in 2008, for the first time, the ESMAD, so the political police, was sent to target the Cucalero strike, and the social movements from the region perceived it as a strong criminalization device, because they were categorized as political targets of these this force, and it also implies civilian losses in terms of homicides and people that are killed in this fight between eradicators and local armed groups. So, for instance, in 2018, in Tarasa, again, there was, in the context of a fight between eradicators and of a conflict between eradicators and communities that did not want to eradicate, a person was killed. And I think I'm just going to conclude by saying that in this gray area of criminalization, ambiguity is what confuse people the most and what exclude them from the enjoyment of citizens' rights. So the ambiguity that comes from the state between eradicating and proposing these voluntary substitution schemes, while at the same time keeping military intervention in these areas that produce an increase of violence and an increase of armed actors in territories that already see the presence of other illegal actors that participate in the coca value chain. And I think I don't have any more time, so I'm gonna leave it there.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether I'm unmuted. Can you hear me, Chiara?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so we have 10 minutes actually, or some maybe additional minutes for Q&A. Perhaps Neri and Christoph, you can sit at the table here, so the audience can ask questions to you, Chiara, and of course Christoph and Neri. So, is there any question or comment? Yes, please. Oh, Chiara, can you hear us, or maybe could you come here so that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Could you come here? I know it's not, but.
Okay, so can you hear me? So my question was about the mining. So in Ecuador, okay, I come from Ecuador. It's right next to Colombia, and in our border with Colombia, we also have illegal mining or illegitimate mining, which I agree is being criminalized and it's not being recognized by the state. But the like the ambiental movement have followed a series of constitutional actions against these illegal miners because the amount of pollution they contribute to rivers and to nature in general is much higher than those of big mining companies. So my question would be, in the context, like I didn't see any reason like why, because in the reasoning you were comparing two laws, one from 1991, I think so, and the other one from like a posterior time. So what I mean is, mining companies have to get ambiental permissions to operate, while like illegitimate miners or illegal miners in the view of the Colombian state don't. So in that way, I think that the parameters set for companies, big companies, which I agree isn't the best idea, are much higher than those for illegal miners. And in that way, this would mean that illegal miners are contributing much more to the damage to nature, and especially thinking that in Latin America we recognize nature as a subject of rights, both in the Colombian case with the Rio Trato case in the Constitutional Court and in the Ecuadorian Constitution. So what would be the answer to distinguish the criminalization of these groups and a rational like logic of protecting nature as a subject of rights? Yep.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I know there's another question or comment.
Yeah, no, this is only about it's about some parallels I found, and I would like probably some more reflection on that and to sort of try to understand as well the context of street talks. It's about how the legal framework can be in itself a battleground for political claims. But political claims that are not discussed as politics, but they're discussed as criminality. So we're not discussing the politics of mining, but we're discussing this as a criminal issue or not. We're not discussing the politics of occupation, but we are discussing the legal, the sort of if it's criminal actions or not, and the same with the drugs issues. If the drugs are legal on certain conditions, not on others, but we're not discussing the politics, but we're discussing criminality of it. So just to elaborate a bit more on the legal field as a battleground for this claim, to deflect attention as well from political debate, which I think it's very important, but also on how you can use these in order to bring about very severe punishment for crimes that are inherently political, and mining is a very good example of that. To go from being not having permits to being informal, then from being informal to be illegal, then from being illegal to be criminal, and the ultimate stage of this is to be a terrorist. And there is a continuum there. So it's mostly about that.
I know there's another question, so if you don't know. Okay, so okay, we can start with this two. Oh, sorry. Yeah, please. Yeah. Do you mind coming here? So we have these three questions. If you could be, you know, kind of short, so that our three speakers can actually answer everyone.
Hello, everyone. My question is about criminality. We talk a lot about it, and we depicted criminality as something that is a negative force. If that's so, can criminality be eradicated, since we always create a penal code to penalize certain action in society? Second question is based on the experience of my country, since I'm from Haiti. Why, after any UN peacekeeping, criminality and corruption is tenfolded? Thank you.
It has a tendency seductive kind of power to the people who are subjects. So when who are subject to a criminal proceeding, the sudden stop becoming a free collector. Now you are playing that criminal game or the legal game, which impacts the impact the people that prove the power that they want. So now,
in Palestine, the legal game is part of the Palestinian, become kind of part of the Palestinian resistance, while they will lose in it always. Okay, so there are organizations of lawyers that come and represent the Palestinians. There are organizations who go
and the issue is recorded, and the legal is kind of the legal fight, but it's a totally don't recorded fight against the legal system that is biased in beginning. Does its power also diminish your political impact and make you legal in the sense of the resistance?
Yeah, but it's just, I mean, the viewers, but it's just like, yes, you can always reason but also like, access communities, for example, are using certain legal provisions to raise legitimacy for their claims. And this is sometimes triggers, sometimes doesn't, but even if it triggers, that doesn't mean that these rights are actually respected. So state institutions like this not like anti-surveillance force of policing citizen opinion and people alive and not. So this is one thing. The other thing I'd like to mention is that this is maybe a bit more specific to Colombia searches than this is that with the existing implementation of the there is now more tools or maybe more dispersed space to create what they call the territorial peace. So this would mean that like local libraries are respected and that also people like peasant communities or small scale miners are allowed to participate in decision making, and that this should then be the basis for peace construction. And I think that what Lisa experienced is again like these contradictions between in context of mining between these large extractivism that they are trying to attract with
all that they can, because that's been the basis for development in Colombia for quite a long time. But then on the other hand, also creating a more inclusive system where artisanal miners that have been historically marginalized and very much conflict affected, how they can participate in like the construction of peace from the territory, how they would term it, or territorio. And this other question about illegitimate mining and pollution and the rights of nature. Yes, this is a very good question. And maybe here it is worth specifying that informal mining is very diverse. So what you're talking about probably is mining with like backhoes in the forest, in the jungle, and with no form of control, where where they are expanding the mining frontier and using a lot of chemicals, mercury especially. Yes, this is a very real problem, and I'm not arguing against controlling this type of activities. My argument is a bit different. What I'm saying is that there is this dynamic where categories are simplified. So we're like any type of mining that does not have a mining license is considered to be the same as what you were talking about. And this then legitimizes the criminalization of small-scale miners. And I think with environmental regulation, actually we can draw some parallels to the so-called war on drugs. Because there, I would say, it's just not working if you prohibit the use of mercury, for example, because this creates more incentives for illegally armed groups to engage with mining and with the mercury trade. So I think it's like, again, this question about who is allowed to participate in decision making, and also to find technical alternatives that actually work for the small-scale miners. And with legalization, formalization, it's actually quite similar, probably.
Okay, thank you. Chiara, would you like to react to any of the questions? Oh wait, we don't hear you. Okay, we hear you.
Very well, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself because we didn't hear Christoph. I wanted to reply to the question about the difference between illegality and criminality. And in our paper, what we're trying to say is that criminality implies impacts that affect directly the life and death of people that are considered criminals. So it's not just about illegality and sort of like justice measures that target illegal actions, but it is also about defining who is a citizen and who is a civilian, who is a military target in an area of conflict. And is a force that shapes social investments versus military interventions. So there is a sort of biopolitical dimension that is about targeting people's life, and as this criminalization discourse shapes the field of what is legitimate in the sort of political arena, it can lead to consider, for instance, civilian losses a reasonable strategy or a reasonable secondary effect of some policies. So it does target directly people's lives, and there is a need to sort of explore ethnographically what this implies for people at a very sort of everyday life and intimate level. And I think that's my only comment.
Thank you very much, Chiara. So I would like to thank you all and bring the session to a close. So thanks very much to our speakers, Neri, Christoph, and Chiara, and of course also Irene, who is not here with us, but contributed, co-authored actually the paper. So thank you very much and have a good break.
Actually, there's an interesting thing there because Irene couldn't be here since she submitted, she became minister of mining in Colombia. So obviously there's more press issues at the moment. But we're going to keep the break now for 5 minutes. So keep it short and I'll come back. And those of you who start, please make sure you have everything ready.
Thank you so much Chiara, grazie mille, piacere di conoscerti. Alla prossima, ciao.
Somebody else in Zoom coming in this time.
Plug in. Okay, can I plug in my own laptop or no? I cannot. So how do I transfer the
USB key, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not the technical for this
Okay,
place.
okay.
I'm just
Neither am
recording,
I.
but I'll do my best to help.
I'll try to.
And that's your political policy. So all the status quo is extremely unhappy.
It's very, I'm not the sound people here, there's the Helix people, but if you're not close, it's very difficult. And then the feedback thing is hard to solve when there's a microphone there.
In the next 2 sessions with nobody.
Nobody, great.
So that's great.
That's correct, okay. Nobody, perfect.
Cici, io vado in palestra. Senti, ci vediamo stasera? Sì, pensavo tu vieni, tu sei qua al book launch.
Io sì, che oggi sto con la macchina, quindi tu vai
No,
a casa.
no, io resto qui, solo io devo stare a lavorare, cioè ci devo.
Che facciamo?
Andiamo giù insieme, ti va bene? Dai, allora ci
Siamo solo io e
sentiamo.
te da qua.
Da qua siamo solo io e te, poi c'è Natalia che arriva direttamente là e Anna non ho capito cosa vuole fare. Gliel'ho detto però non ho detto niente.
E a che ora vogliamo andarla?
Vai, per le 7:30 inizia, quindi sarà per le 7, partiamo verso le 6:15, poi troppo non lo so.
No,
ma se ci
perché
beviamo
c'è
una cosa,
traffico,
perché massimo
il parcheggio, non so
dai,
dove-
allora
non so manco dove sta, al centro proprio.
e sta tra il centro e Ranera mi pare. Comunque sì, centro-centro.
C'è
quindi...
traffico e toccherà trovare un parcheggio.
Allora anche le
quindi
6
sì,
magari.
sì,
Ok,
sì,
dai, ma ci
arriviamo là.
beviamo un paio di birre.
Ci vediamo dopo, ciao.
client from New York?
Yeah, Guillermo ya. Fernando. Sí.
Yes, yes. Mandi Ch. Ch.
You have PowerPoint? Yeah, you can start. I'll wait. We go for, we follow this order. Would that be okay? The order.
Same for us, yeah. Sin preferencia, la verdad. Okay.
Okay. So, hi everybody. Welcome to the second session of today's conference. My name is Erika Biagini and I'm an assistant professor in security studies here at Dublin City University. And I'm very pleased to be chairing this second panel. So I know that you probably haven't already been introduced to all speakers. I'm just gonna do a brief introduction so that you, for those who have joined the conference late. So today in this panel we have Professor Danilo Mandic. Yes, I was trying to get the names right before. So he's an associate senior lecturer in the Department of Sociology at Harvard University. He's also a center associate at the Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies and faculty associate at the Minda de Gunzburg Center for European Studies. His research focuses on war, refugees, social movement, nationalism, ethnic relations, organized crimes, and conflict societies. And he has written extensively on this topic. His book on the Syrian refugee crisis is forthcoming in 2023. His paper today will discuss about separatism and crime, myths and patterns from East Europe, the Middle East and West Africa. You have already had the pleasure to meet Professor Giteres Sanin, who is an anthropologist and political scientist, researcher at the Instituto de Estudios Políticos y Relaciones Internacionales in Colombia. His paper will look at criminalization and patterns of violence against civilians, the political criminal divide in the Colombian paramilitary ideology. The last paper is a co-joint presentation by Guillermo Sardi Garcia and Fernando Gerlin Politis. Thank you. Guillermo is originally from Venezuela and is a PhD candidate in political science at the City University of New York's Graduate Center. He has both academic and applied experience in conflict and peace-building research. He has studied also psychology, clinical and community psychology at Universidade Católica Andrés Bello. Fernando is a PhD candidate at the Université Paris-Cité. His current thesis is entitled Humanitarian States, Ethnography of Humanitarian Policies and Practices in Venezuela and Colombia, and their work today looks at, is titled A Heavy Hand with a Weak Arm, Local Consequences of State Criminal Organizations on Conflict, Perpetuation and Violence Legitimacies in Caracas and Venezuela. So with no further ado, I would like to give the floor to the speakers. A bit of housekeeping, we are 4, so we'll keep the presentation to 12 minutes maximum, and I will be using an alarm. Please, Danilo, if you want to start.
Hello. Well, thank you so much for the honor of the invitation and 12 minutes. I do feel this is very dangerous that I'm going first because I have many virtues, but concision is not one of them, so I'm counting on you to brutally cut me off in front. I also find myself, wishing that this conference was 3 days because already in these past 3 hours, they've been so dense, they've been so filled with insights and different digressions we could pursue that it's a shame that we only have 1 day to cover everything, and disappointment is going to be inevitable, including in my presentation of 12 minutes because I wanted to make too many points in 12 minutes. I'll try to get as far as I can, and that's 3 quick points. First, I want to pitch my basic punchline in my work is that separatism is a key lens and a key concept that we need in order to bridge the gap that we are fighting with between politics and criminality and organized crime, what I like to call really mafias. In order to bridge that gap, we need this indispensable idea of separatism, separatist nationalist movements. Number 2, I want to give you 2 sketches of, just to concretize it, 2 concrete gangsters who are, for me, emblematic of a distinction we need to make in understanding organized crime and politics, and that is the distinction between state-dependent organized crime and state-independent organized crime. That is to say, I think, of the many, many important spectrums and continuums, what's the plural? The many, many important spectrums that we need to be sophisticated about, the one basic, I think, dichotomy that we need to keep in mind is state-dependent gangsters and what I'm going to call loose cannon gangsters. I'm going to give you a couple of examples of that. And then finally, point 3, I was hoping to throw out an outrageous theoretical, to culminate with a theoretical notice from Durkheim and Hannah Arendt, of all people, and because this is such a remarkable group that I wonder what really this group thinks about some insights from Durkheim's criminology and Arendt's idea of crime, because I think Hannah Arendt has a lot to tell us about organized crime. So on the first point, it's just very simple, visualized on this map. The regions I specialize in particular is West Africa, Middle East, and East Europe. It's very nice to pick regions that have fundamental differences. That is to say, different colonial legacies, different empires, different processes of post-colonization, decolonization, different kinds of authoritarian regimes filling the void of the colonial rule in many ways across these 3 regions, different racial demographies. Racial demography, of course, being in American sociology sometimes overemphasized even, and by many people considered to be the most important thing when it comes to things like that, right? So it's really good to have diverse racial and sectarian and just different traditions, because when we look at across those 3 regions, West Africa, it's not only obviously in West Africa. In this map you have some of the, and we could make this map a lot more sophisticated and nuanced, and if we were being more pedantic, we would show many, many dozens of other separatist movements. Globally, of course, as I'm sure you know, by conservative estimates, you have some 300 active separatist movements, meaning breakaway territories, provinces, regions that are at some level or another trying to claim increased autonomy up to and including sovereignty away from existing international state boundaries. And so it's very interesting that across Middle East, East Europe, and West Africa, you have such similarities, such convergence in this relationship between organized crime and separatism, both on the side of the host state having a relationship with organized crime in its pursuit of cracking down on separatism, and on the side of separatist movements relying extraordinarily similarly across those regions on organized criminal resources, on smuggling, on fighters. You need restless young men who are trained in violence between the ages of 15 and 25, who are, for example, unemployed, who have this, broken family structure, who the labor market can't absorb them, the society can't absorb them. And so the organized criminal gangs, whether it's in North Nigeria, where Boko Haram, which is a classic separatist movement, even though it's considered some Islamic insurgency, but in my judgment, it's better understood as a separatist movement. Whether you're looking at northern Nigeria, or whether you're looking at the Caucasus in South Ossetia and Georgia, whether you're looking at these Russian breakaway provinces like in Transnistria or in Moldova or wherever you like, or whether you are looking at Palestinian youth gangs in Gaza, there are remarkable similarities in the kind of structural forces propelling these people into separatist agitation. And you could go on. Separatism needs money. You need black funds. And of course, who has access to black funds and cash flow? Mafias do. So it's only natural that, right, you need weapons. Well, who has access to arms smuggling? Who has access to Kalashnikovs on trucks? In situations of sanctions, for example, in situations where you don't have access to legal markets, mafias do, right? Who controls borders? The specificity of separatist movements is they're obsessed with borders and who's going to control borders and the movement across borders. And when you have competing jurisdictions, overlapping jurisdictions, competing claims to whose customs officers have jurisdiction over a given border crossing, or where is the border crossing to begin with, competing claims to national self-determination means competing border claims. And then you think to yourself, well, gee, who has control over those checkpoints? Who has the power to move things across and to smuggle people, to smuggle? The answer is mafias do, right? So for a variety of structural reasons, separatism and organized crime are very deeply intertwined, and we need to think about this. And I recognize that Latin Americanists in this room are going to be frustrated by this because Latin America, of course, is so fascinating from my perspective is it doesn't have separatist dynamics. You got separatist dynamics everywhere. And in Latin America, it's a different trajectory. And I wonder why that is. And that, to me, in my mind, is an anomaly that we should think about and discuss. Number two, let me give you an example. This is the Balkan case of the Milosevic regime. Rest in peace. It was between 1990 and 2000, as some of you may know. And up there you have Milosevic on the right, on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side you have his, the slobbering dophant of a son called Marko Milosevic, who is now in Russia, under protection of the Russian state apparatus, and he's living a happy life, having retired from beating up opposition activists in Serbia, Serbian democratic activists, and so on, is living alive and well in Russia as a thriving citizen. In the middle is what we should think about as a kind of state-dependent, a paradigmatic state-dependent gangster, a guy called Jovica Stanišić. And this is the character that creates an organized criminal smuggling enterprise from within the state apparatus. So the critical thing about, he is the Milosevic regime's sanctions buster. He, under conditions of Yugoslavia, is kicked out of the United Nations, completely ostracized by the international community. Milosevic is an outcast, the whole regime is an outcast. And they have tremendous pressures to get weapons into the country, to get fuel into the country, and to get ordinary commodities like cigarettes, for example, into the country. And within the state security apparatus, from the bureaucracy of the state apparatus, Jovica Stanišić creates the infrastructure of the trucks and the trains and the illicit shipments coming in and out of the country, mostly into the country. A lot of that creates a new criminal class, which is in it for the profiteering and the money, and to be sure, we know this from criminology, that always you have this kind of parasites lagging onto it. But fundamentally, it's a state dependent from within the state apparatus, dependent on regime survival, and in it for war victory, in it for creating criminalized death squads, busting sanctions. Another example is, of course, Saddam Hussein's regime, which was similarly under sanctions, and the conditions of war pressure, the conditions of mass mobilization is not good enough. You need to mobilize criminals to fill the gap through criminalized gangster paramilitaries. You need to get the fuel. You can't get the fuel because you're under an embargo and the whole world has kicked you out of the trading system. You need to create alternative channels, and that's where the Stanišićes of the world come in. So the key thing about these are, the gangsters in the shadows, to be sure, but they are tools of the state. And they are highly socialized into the state apparatus. They are not outside of the state sphere. You can say that this state is weak. You can say that this state is collapsing. You can say that this state is a failed state, failing state, crypto state, whatever you like, but it's there. And without this state apparatus, the Jovica Stanišić wouldn't exist, right? So it's important to differentiate that from something like this, who is one of my favorite characters, protagonists of my book on gangsters and other statesmen, which Federico was kind enough to mention. But this character, sorry? What did I say? I'm sorry. I apologize. Mokhtar Bel Mokhtar, okay? This character you could not make up in a fictional portrayal, and sometimes you have to pinch yourself to see that this is reality. And yet, this is the kind of character at Harvard, we have this thing called the Harvard Lampoon. I don't know if you've heard of this. These are the people who wrote The Simpsons, for example. These are comedy parody writers, like comedians, Harvard Lampoon. And so this character is almost as if somebody came to the Harvard Lampoon comedy writers and said, can you please make me up a fictional playboy, Islamist, terrorist, gangster, smuggler? They would not come up with a guy like this. How about he has one eye? Oh yeah, that's a great idea. Let's have him have one eye. He loses an eye as a mujahedin, fighting as a mujahedin for the Afghanistan war in the 1980s, which he begins his career with as a young man. He's handling explosives, he loses one eye. And then some other writer says, oh, how about we have him die 5, 6 times, and miraculously come back from the dead. That's a great idea, Johnny. Let's have that as part of the plot character line, right? Repeatedly declared dead by US intelligence, and then by Algerians, and then by Libyans, and then by, right? Reappears, and that gives him the nickname Phantom of the Sahara and the Invincible. How about those nicknames? Would you choose those nicknames for a movie? The Invincible, because he's coming back from the dead. Not unlike how Hobsbawm, that you mentioned in his Social Banditry, talks about how social bandits have this aura of invincibility. The state can't catch them. The state tries, but they're escaping. El Chapo escapes on camera through the floor. People love this. And so the mythologization, how about he wages a one-man war single-handedly against the state of Algeria to avenge his brother's death in the Algerian Civil War? How about he organizes, and this is now to the point about state independence, he starts as the head of Al-Qaeda for the Mali, Niger, Sahel, Sahara region of West Africa, where there's a number of important separatist movements going on, and he's using this vacuum in the desert to strike alliances. How about another thing from the Harvard Lampoon? He marries 6 different women to solidify smuggling network relationships with the Tuareg, this nomadic tribal community in West Africa, as many of you know. He strategically marries 6 different women who are all daughters or sisters of the village elders in the various drum circles of the Tuareg patrimonial network in order to create a vast smuggling empire for cigarettes, for hostages, for UN hostages, Spanish Westerners, millions and millions of dollars for every hostage that he takes. It's just unbelievable. And so Al-Qaeda sends him to be a jihadi, insurgent, and lo and behold, he completely breaks loose. He completely breaks loose. When they capture bin Laden's, does that mean over or 3 minutes? That means over. Oh, okay. Long story short, this kind of character is very different from the kinds of organized criminal activity and the figures that appear from within the state apparatus. This is what we might call, regardless of how weak and failing and all the other qualifications, of course I would agree with you, apply to the state of Mali, to the state of Niger, to the state of Libya after the collapse of Gaddafi. There's 4 different Libyas. Nevertheless, this kind of organized criminal political link is fundamentally different from the state-dependent gangsters. This is loose cannon gangsters. We need to think about how to conceptualize those 2 phenomena differently. I do that with a typology, but I'll stop here. And maybe we will talk about Hannah Arendt later. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Danilo, here is your...
It's not mine.
No?
It's from the fountain.
Could somebody help me here, please? So I open here, right?
Is this the
Okay,
one?
yeah, exactly. And it would be killing undesirables. Okay, thank you.
Let's see.
You solved the issue.
I didn't do anything really, just let's do that.
Yeah, there it is.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So please start counting from now. So I will present a very micro issue, but at the same time programmatic. In which sense? In the sense that we speak, and of course it has to be spoken about because it's a very fundamental phenomenon of contemporary politics about the convergence. Yeah, thank you. The convergence between criminals and politicians and statehood and politicians. But as I highlighted, and I think I didn't highlight it enough in this initial talk, there's also divergence and deliberate divergence. So what I want to show here is that this is interesting and that it deserves to be analyzed. Yeah, basically. It's a very simple claim. So what I want to show is that for the Colombian paramilitaries, this means the pro-governmental militias, these would be state-dependent criminals, by the way, killing criminals and attacking criminality was a fundamental part of their politics. So of course there has been a lot of talk, and rightly so, about their killing of opposers. I'm not able to move this. Yeah? Did it move? Yeah. There has been also a lot of talk about their deep merger with narco-trafficking networks. The paramilitary actually something that never happened to the guerrillas, had many commanders that were active narco-traffickers and very rich narco-traffickers. So their form of getting embedded and related to narco-trafficking networks was very specific and very dense. So let's say we would have a lot of arguments for saying that, in a sense, they were a merger of statehood, criminality, and politics. But on the other hand, one could show that they had also a very transcendental political dimension. So what I want to show is that I'm simply describing the article. I will not go into the details. What I wanted to show in my paper is that despite strong variation, because there were a lot of types of paramilitaries, killing troublemakers, this was a war against troublemakers in a sense, was a very fundamental aspect of paramilitary politics. So it was at the core for basically three reasons. First of all, it was a basic promise to many of its constituencies, for many of the paramilitary constituencies. It provides security, but also provides social order, provide a conservative social order to many of their supporters. Second, the construction of a traditionalistic and hierarchical form of order that would be acceptable to those constituencies within the state and also within local societies. And third, because it connected paramilitary units with those constituencies. Yeah. So let's say the basic methodology I use to demonstrate this is taking the concept of pattern of violence against civilians that we developed with Elizabeth Wood, in which we say, look, patterns of violence against civilians can be characterized through 4 dimensions. First, repertoire, think about the type of violence they use: homicide, massacres, kidnapping, disappearance, whatnot. Frequencies, targets, and techniques. These are the 4 dimensions. So for example, one can see the type of politics that a group develops through the techniques it uses to attack or to pick on civilians. But here I will focus on targeting. So targeting is the decision of deciding who is killable or disappearable. So it's a very fundamental decision. And based on archival documents, I will not go into the details for simple time issues. I showed that there were a lot of discussions within the paramilitaries about who to kill, et cetera, and how to kill them. So this is not a technical operation or an operation of purely sadistic characters, although of course the paramilitaries had plenty of that, but it was a social and political operation. And thus, analyzing this decision-making, targeting, establishes a direct operational link between politics and violence. Yeah, and politics and in particular, it bridges the logics of the armed group and its actual or potential constituencies. And besides, according to many conceptions of politics, here I just quote one, which would be, I am kind of, it isn't moving. Press the mouse? Yeah, here? Okay, yeah. Now, the arrow? Okay. Okay, so now it's coming. You come here and start to work, no? So I put here, yeah? Which one?
No, just the next.
Ah, okay, the next one, yeah. No?
Did you click away from it?
No.
We haven't presented it yet. No? You have to present it here, look. It has to be presented.
It's kind of blocked.
There we go. Is that it?
Yeah. Well, maybe it will simply... Yeah, it's already working?
No, that's... No. Are there two of them open? Yeah, just give me a second. Is this your one here?
This one,
Yeah.
He keeps
Just
coming
open
back.
it fresh. And present mode. Now.
Okay, thank you.
You didn't open it first. And then next, this button here.
Perfect, thank you. So I will start from zero. No, it's a joke. So, yeah, of course there is a caveat. Sometimes what people say, let's say people or armed groups establish verbal targets, but their real targeting is different. But in this case we have, like for example, the Truth Commission in Peru said that a lot of people were killed and basically they were cholos, they were mestizos, and they weren't explicitly targeted by any group. But in this case, there's a clear convergence and there's a lot of evidence, including massive quantitative evidence, that shows that the paramilitaries were doing what they had promised. They were killing troublemakers, undesirables, etc., in almost all of the regions, despite their large regional variation. So who were these undesirables? Rapists, drug dealers, thieves, and many others. For example, a fundamental target, and I go in the paper very much into this, were cattle rustlers, which shows very well the type of politics and the type of constituency the paramilitaries actually had, because they were in many senses the armed tool of large cattle ranchers. And this shows, let's say, the deep-seated mutual hostility between peasants and cattle ranchers at the agrarian frontiers. There's a very, very long tradition of armed violence between peasants who stole cattle to make meat's end, and they were targeted very much before the surge of the paramilitaries by cattle ranchers. So how did this targeting operate? So there were mainly three interconnected paths. First of all, social demands. So I spot specific social demands by different constituencies. One are state agencies, including local authorities, but also security agencies of the state, etc., etc. Networks, for example, of politicians, of ranchers, and finally specific individuals, for example, neighbors, whatnot. Yeah, very much in the vein of Mimo Francinelli's book about snitches under fascism. Then we have orders by the commanders who said, look, formally we have to kill this and this type of people, type A, type B, type C, you have to kill them. And finally, we have, and I think this was the origin of the fundamental, let's say in the quantitative sense, phenomenon, organizationally driven mindsets. So fighters, concrete fighters, knew who they had to kill. They were socialized in killing these type of people, and then they took the decision. And these demands could crystallize in formal targeting, for example, through explicit rules. Sometimes even paramilitary commanders spoke about policies. Some were even written, and almost always, besides subversives, you had troublemakers and undesirables. So choosing typical targets, very contrary to what Calivas says, for example, yeah? Remember for Calivas in his 2006 opus says, an armed group is a machine who goes to a territory and decides who to kill and who not to kill. So this is a purely mechanistic formulaic operation. No, this is a deeply social and political operation, and you can show it in its working. And the other observation that I think is important to make is that these demands could crystallize in formal that this choosing of targeting was ideological precisely because it became commonsensical. So it became commonsensical. There's this US sociologist, Garfinkel, who made a fantastic sociology of professions. Yeah, how, for example, a medical doctor internalized some sets of rules, etc., to operate. This is a perfectly analogous process, and I argue that one could see it through these goggles. But of course, targeting undesirables created a lot of side effects, which were, on the one hand, problematic, and on the other hand, were functional for these paramilitary terror regimes in many territories. So, I've come to the end. Yeah, speaking about terror regimes. So I will speak, I will only give two.
Please take your minute.
Yeah, 3 minutes? Perfect. One? Perfect. So let me simply read these two quotes, what is in red, and then go to the conclusions. So look what a paramilitary says: I order the killing of every guerrilla member, every guerrilla supporter, common criminals, cattle rustlers, satanic sects, and drug pushers. And this other guy, these are prominent paramilitary commanders. This had not been seen, this is actually an army officer that became a paramilitary. The paramilitary experience had not been seen before because the state did not have the capacity of being everywhere, nor the army, nor the police. So the self-defenses, this is the paramilitaries, became the law in these municipalities where they were present. And civilians were very happy to live without homosexuals, without thieves, without troublemakers, because then they had everything under control. Yeah? So this is the mindset. So let me go simply to the conclusions. So I think that looking at targeting allows you to capture politics in the working ideology at the work. And another option would be to look at techniques. Routinized operations are deeply ideological. Looking at who is targeted would allow us to compare across forces, because there are a lot of forces who target also undesirables, but they do it in different forms for different reasons and with different repertoires of violence. And finally, linking these forms of violence to legitimacy, and that would be all.
Can you hear me here? Yeah. Okay. We're going to present it in two parts. And in this first part of the presentation, I'm going to contextualize the research that we're doing and highlight our approach and methodology. And then my colleague Guillermo will present the results and most of all highlight some conclusions. To begin, I would like to mention that Venezuela case study, Caracas specifically, has three distinctive features. First, is what some authors have defined as a perpetuation of collapse. The country's key indicators such as inflation, numbers of migrants, food security, and homicide rates are significantly higher in terms of magnitude and perpetuation when compared to other countries in the region. Secondly, state security institutions have become increasingly violent towards the population, especially the ones living in underserved locations. And third, the government redistributive policies have become increasingly absent or not sufficient to cover the basic needs of the disadvantaged population. And the overlapping of these three features at different scales has triggered a shift in the discourse and practices around political power at a local level, what we define as a heavy-handed and a weak-arm environment. A heavy hand and a weak arm means that the state approaches citizen security with lethal and inconsistent state violence focused on low-income localities exposed to social violence. Simultaneously, state institutions leave these neighborhoods with little outside resources to deal with the aftermaths of state and non-state violence. Different actors of civil society in Venezuela have registered the heavy hand component of the state approach. The NGO Provea or Provia at national level has registered 6,200 killings at the hands of security forces from 2017 to 2020. Venezuelan researchers identified that there was a big shift in 2015 in the way the state approached criminal violence, turning significantly to police raids and mass incarceration policies. At a local level, the NGO Monitor de Víctimas, Victim Monitoring, registered that in 2021, 34% of violent deaths that occurred in Caracas, security forces were responsible, representing 185 murders. However, we argue that this heavy-hand approach has been systematically inconsistent, indicating the first weak arm component of the state citizen security policies. In the last 4 years, the government has implemented more than 25 security programs to tackle the growing homicide rates. NGOs and scholars agree that these security programs lack planning and follow-up. Moreover, calculations from NGO databases on violent deaths in Caracas show high levels of variance among police killings from May 2017 until July 2022. On 75% of the days between those dates, no police killings occur, and in the other 25%, at least one police killing occurred. Moreover, only 2 episodes between those years yielded 16 police killings in one day. Other massacres registered yielded between 5 and 11 murders. On the other side, the second component of the weak arm is the abandon of inclusive social policies, which is the heritage from the Bolivarian Revolution, as forms of justice and measures aimed at transforming the conditions that produce poverty. In this sense, police violence seems to weaken the capacity of communities to cope with violence and poverty. For example, one of the study's interviews told us the following: now the violence has gotten worse because of the police. The police come, and if they want to go to a person's home, they can enter people's house, and if they want to rob you, they can. If they want to kill you, they will. So this weak arm and heavy-handed emerge from a perpetuation of collapse and also extends to a perpetration of conflict. The Venezuelan government has justified lethal and inconsistent clashes with non-state armed groups in informal settlements through a political or criminal logic. Some police raids have the narrative of accusing armed gangs of being related to the political opposition. Other times, the government's narrative has followed an invader logic, portraying non-state armed groups as Colombian paramilitaries as the one that causes. And finally, with other police raids, government officials argue that these communities were the refuge of a well-known gang called Tren de Aragua. For example, on July 21 of the past year, Jorge Rodriguez, the president of the Chavista-controlled parliamentary power, stated the following: the involvement of the extreme right with the United States and Colombia's support is evident in the violence that occurred in La Cota 905. This is why government implemented the operation called Gran Cacique Huaycaipuro. Our study prioritized an ethnographic approach over a discontinuous period from 2018 to 2022. We conducted 41 semi-structured interviews in 2 neighboring locations, characterized by 2 types of heavy-hand and weak-armed non-state armed group conflict. The first is in La Cota 905, El Cementerio, a territory of historical criminal control of a local gang that experienced intermittent clashes with state armed groups. The second one, La Vega, is a contested territory between the state and the gang of La Cota 905, also experiencing intermittent clashes between state, armed groups, and criminal organizations. Additionally, we complemented qualitative evidence with the analysis of NGOs interviews and databases as an official government statement about state and non-state group clashes in Caracas. The interviews were conducted between 4 months and a year after a heavy police operative called Operación Hueca y Puro left around 16 dead people in La Vega and 35 people more dead in La Cota. And one thing that I didn't mention is that this concept comes from an interview from a former government official who stated that this is the best concept for describing the policy of violence in Venezuela. And I leave the word to
Yeah, the results that from the 41 qualitative interviews show two main things in our paper. First, that the government's elite narrative do not match the local understanding of the conflict. Rather, civilians portray both the state and criminal organizations as perpetrators and sometimes the criminal organizations as providers. And secondly, that chronic form of violence function as a local political order, dividing power between those who exercise aggression and those that cope with violence. Interviews from both case studies do not see the state and criminal organizations as opposing rivals. Instead, they considered that they had an alliance until territorial dispute caused the state security forces to displace the armed group. Even then, several interviewees told us that the gang leader safely left the community before the state entered. I want to read one of the quotes from the interview that it's very descriptive of this. The interview told me, "For no one it is a secret that the gang walked with the government, and they were the ones who kept the barrio under control. Afterward, what happened is that they started establishing rules for the benefit of the people. If you followed the rules, you could live well and happy." I asked him, "What do you mean by they walked with the government?" He answered, "Well, El Coqui, that is the leader of the criminal gang, made big parties here, and you could see several high government officials here. They came and went without any problem. Even some people say that El Coqui escaped La Cota 905 disguised as a police officer." Our proposal, derived from the qualitative analysis, is what a more plausible portrayal of the conflict is to focus on the processes of chronic victimization and how it reveals a political order based on violence. Specifically, when civilians are victims of lethal and non-lethal acts of aggression, such as extortion, homicide, sexual abuse, and forced recruitment that we registered, they will tend to perceive violence as a natural order to maintain community coexistence. Another excerpt from the interviews was from a community leader in the other case study. She told me, "When we organize the community, we try in the measure of our possibilities to counteract that this group recruit the youth, but our efforts are minimal. With a state that ignores our situation, that closes the doors for change, and several times they go after you for doing community work to give opportunity to these kids. We are like a needle in a haystack, and we are so vulnerable to be persecuted by the government or these groups," referring to the gang. In this sense, the proposed framework has two main conclusions. First, the importance of making a time-sensitive diagnosis of violence. It is necessary to consider the presence or absence of coercive and distributed policies at a local level. Results show that a heavy-hand policy in Caracas to tackle crime is inconsistent and lethal. Moreover, police raids do not come with policies to tackle poverty and exclusion in these communities. Instead, police forces, once they displace the armed gang, commit acts of extortion and try to seize illegal economies such as the drug trade. Therefore, we depict this environment, as Fernando told you, a heavy hand and a weak arm. The second conclusion of the paper is that when looking at the perspective of civilians affected by conflicts, as researchers, we can grasp the effects of state and non-state violence have on political order compared to we only account for official statements at the President of the National Assembly. We registered human rights violations such as extrajudicial execution and police abuse. In addition, more subtle chronic forms of violence occurred, such as extortion and threats to both armed groups committed against the population that these facts rarely appear on official statistics. Consequently, civilians experience a sense of hopelessness that violence is inevitable in their communities, hence the local political order based on violence. Thank you.
And the prize for perfect timing goes? Okay, so thanks very much. So we are going to maybe take 10 minutes extra past 1 for some Q&A. So I would like to open the floor for questions. Maybe just take a first round. How many questions, if there is any? 1. Okay, please, Ramesh. 2, 3. Okay. Ramesh?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. This is a bit of a reflection on the first panel and the second panel. Maybe this question is mainly to Danilo to respond on it or anyone else. In the discussion today, the criminalization of whatever the acts or the legalization of that was the vocabulary that they use. The government or the state is doing the criminalization or the legalization of certain act. And then my question is, who is doing the criminalization? So, what happens in cases of rebel territories or secessionist movements when they decide to criminalize a certain act? So when the same act is considered legal by a certain authority, but illegal by another authority, and then how do we understand criminalization in such a context when the act is the same, but under certain competing jurisdictions, it's legal and in other case it's okay, or at least it's great. So.
Thank you. We got all the 3 questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Sorry, Darren McGill, University of Oxford. No, really enjoyed all 3 presentations, but I will limit myself to just 1 question, mindful of time for discussion and another question. So for Fernando and Gio, but just question, you mentioned something, and maybe I misheard it or misunderstood it, something about violence being used as a local kind of political division between those who exercise violence and those who don't. So if you could just say a little bit more about that, because then you kind of, after that analysis, went more into sort of gang state being allied but falling out. So just interested in that sort of violence as a kind of means to do politics at the local level, and kind of, what leads you to say that, and what is the specific manifestations of these examples. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, 2 things. First, with Danilo, thank you very much. I mean, very engaging, very enjoyable presentations. And I just want you, because you mentioned that you had a typology, but you didn't have time to go into it. So you could elaborate a little bit on the typology, because I thought it was very useful to distinguish between these 2 types of overlaps between criminals and politics. And the second one is in relation to the diffuse definition of what is criminal, in the sense that you have sometimes people resorting to very explicitly and very openly and actually indisputable criminal methods to find what they call criminality. So I think that you have this sort of criminals as well fighting for higher ground. So if you could elaborate as well what you, Guillermo, Fernando, and Francisco, on that a little bit more.
Should I go first? So thank you for that question. Yes, but your question is impossible. We need a week to answer it. You're asking who is the agent doing the criminalization. So I think many of us certainly in the field are the kind of standard critique is that much of the social sciences traditionally assumed a state-centric, state-biased approach to what is criminal, what is deviant. The whole early field of deviance in criminology is an excellent example of how there's been this overemphasis on the state's agenda-setting, legislative, particular, very idiosyncratic way, often very racist way, often of defining what is criminal. And we're all very aware that we went too far in that direction. But that being said, I think there's been a kind of overcorrection in recent times, potentially among some of us to, in a good faith effort to correct for that bias. In the United States, for example, that bias took the form of who decided to criminalize alcohol during Prohibition, and what was the result of that in terms of proliferating the organized criminal scene and creating Al Capone, as opposed to criminalizing marijuana in the later decades, which effectively brought the prison industrial complex into being with its tremendous racist component of putting all these black people into prison because of marijuana laws, but liquor, which is much more deadly and lethal and dangerous, is legal. So those kinds of discrepancies understandably led people to say, oh, the state is irrelevant, the state is always hypocritical, the state should have no say in our conceptualization of what's criminal. And I think that goes a little too far potentially, because the state is there. And to go back to your question about separatist movements where breakaway provinces, competing jurisdictions, multiple competing claims to sovereignty and legitimacy, multiple national self-determination movements with sometimes equally good competing claims to who deserves to be the state, who deserves to set the agenda, who deserves to criminalize, and so on. In those contexts especially, it becomes painfully obvious that the state matters, that the state is never going away, that even when the state looks like it's that the state really is an agenda setter. And that notwithstanding the fact that we've overemphasized and given too much credence and too much gullibility went into just accepting what the state says is criminal, that doesn't cancel out the fact that the clearest thing to see is the extent to which organized crime bends over backwards when it is given the opportunity to do governance, to do state making, to take steps towards proto-state institutionalization in order to have a say in redefining what's criminal. So I know that's just the tip of the iceberg and we would need to talk 100 years more, but if you look at the separatism, it really proves your point that the state matters. And just quickly on the typology, I basically try with two dimensions. It's always a spectrum and everything is infinitely complicated, it's always gradations, but I believe in typologies. I think we need typologization to help people clarify and cut through. So I look at two dimensions. One is it state dependent or not, which is the one I alluded to here. And the litmus test there is very simple. Certain organized criminal enterprises, rackets as I like to call them, certain mafias, if the state were to collapse tomorrow, they would collapse along with it. Other mafias, other organized crime groups, if the state were to collapse tomorrow, they would flourish. That's an important difference. That's a very important difference. And I think the state-dependent mafias behave differently when they are from within the state apparatus, when they are designed for and by, and this includes the death squad, this includes the smuggler, sanctions-busting, oil smuggling mafia that Saddam Hussein created, for example. It's within the state apparatus and depends on that state apparatus, cannot exist without it, as opposed to mafias that are very comfortable existing in what we call black markets, gray markets, civil society, uncivil society. We have all kinds of clumsy terms to describe this idea that they are outside of the state apparatus entirely. They don't need bribed police. They don't need customs officers. They don't need any of the, for example, bribed officials of the state representatives because they, for example, bypass the border crossings altogether and smuggle through the desert, for example, or are involved in systematic piracy outside of the state border, right? So that's one important dimension. The second important dimension is the organized crime ethnocentric or not? Some mafias are very ethnocentric, and it's about Albanian mafia, it's about Turkish mafia, it's about, it's like the Sicilian mafia in the 90s that people imagine, although much of that is fantasy of Hollywood movies, but that, in the imagination, that is an example of an ethnocentric mafia. It's about in-group ethnicity, very ethnocentric. Other mafias are, like the post-Soviet mafia, very multi-ethnic. And this has important consequences too, including for peace building, which Professor what he brought up about the different capabilities of different kinds of organized crime to contribute to peace building goes directly to this. Whether they are ethnocentric or not is and the litmus test there is not just the composition of the organized crime network itself, but also, is it doing the kind of smuggling that brings communities together, like Ossetians and Georgians, for example, or Tuareg and non-Tuareg in Mali, or Albanians and Serbs, for example? Or is it the kind of smuggling that is only supporting one side in a war, for example? That's an important difference. When you take those two dimensions, state independent versus dependent, and ethnocentric and not ethnocentric, you get my typology of 4 2x2 with those two dimensions, which I've bored people enough, but I will be happy to pursue it later. Our young colleagues from Venezuela have probably better answers to this.
Yeah, with regards of the first question is, we draw from ethnographic methods and we were interested in how civilians understood the conflict rather than making a complete description of it. So our interview guide, the first question that we made is, tell us about how is violence in your community? And that's how we draw the first conclusion. When they answered that question, they either identified the gang or the police. They didn't saw themselves as violent actors. And we argue that that is a consequence of chronic victimization. Like when you are systematically abused, you don't see yourself with, well, there are some expressions of agency, but it was not related to violence. It was related with coping with violence. Like they organized themselves to neighborhood watch initiatives, like, or this community work that the community leader said that it was like a needle in the haystack, but they didn't see themselves as actors who exercise violence, and we thought that was a pretty important result, like this dichotomous division between perpetrators, state and non-state, and them as victims that need to cope with violence.
So if you allow me, I will. I found your question very interesting, so I will not give an answer because, of course, it can be answered, but simply respond to it. You know, and precisely that's why I think that the agenda that is related to the special issue and to these meetings that we are doing is so interesting. I think we have failed in many senses trying to answer that specific question. And probably can't be answered in 100 years, but we should advance. Yeah, we should advance. So on the one hand, I completely agree with Danilo regarding the fact that the state is an agenda setter and a very fundamental actor that you shouldn't ignore. But on the other hand, I would like to highlight the fact that all these issues surrounding criminalization and decriminalizations are very complex social processes in which different forms of state and state agencies participate in different forms in different contexts. So, for example, if you're thinking about the prohibitionist regime regarding coca, yeah, one shouldn't forget, and we frequently forget that there are strong demands from below regarding prohibitionism. So look at what happened in the Philippines with Duterte, for example, or in Myanmar there's a very large social movement demanding prohibition and in favor of prohibition. Yeah, and actually in Colombia in some communities you can find, of course not so acerbic, but some similar movements. And at the same time, when you look with the thicker glass at the state, you see some agencies that are very enthusiastic towards prohibitions and prohibition, and others that are not. So I think that we have to start to understand how these, let's say, different interactions between actors within the state and within civil society, or whatever term you want to use, interact to produce an outcome. And if you want a better outcome, this is a very good understanding because it allows you to look at the constellation of forces that produces the thing that you don't like. And regarding this criminality issue and the way in which the paramilitaries decided who was criminal and who was not, and so and this coincides a little bit with what our friend who spoke about Palestine was saying. There was a lot of legalese underlying the paramilitary activity, and when they started to grow in force and they started to attract and absorb intellectuals, they started to create like their own typology of criminal figures, some of which deserved death and others not. Yeah, so they said this shouldn't be punished with death, this other thing. And the interesting thing is that this was fed directly by several understandings coming from state agencies. And sometimes the state agencies diverged. So the policeman wanted to kill somebody and the local authority didn't. And they had explicit discussions. So once again, these things are not built in a social vacuum. This is not like, as Calibas imagined, that you have a machine that you push a button and then you decide what happens. These are very complex and thick social processes, and the interesting thing is that they can be studied quite explicitly.
So regarding criminalization, I think there are two important points to explain the patterns in Venezuela. First, I think there was an important shift between Chavez and Maduro, where you can find that Chavez has had some approach to the violence in the ghettos, in the marginal populations. I said that the responsibility of the violence in those localities comes as a consequence of the capitalist and globalization of capitalism. So if you want to treat, or if you want to fight violence, we need to give the values of the left. And that means that we have to approach the social policies, justice, etc., etc. But when Maduro came to the power, he had completely another approach when he said that right now, all the population on these precarious communities, all the violence that you can find there is a consequence of the capitalistic invasion or the capitalistic control of the population, ideology. So from that point, there was an important turning point on how you approach and how you criminalize population in violence and criminal gangs that are acting there. So the population, when, for example, when Guillermo mentioned that during the raids you find 15 people that are killed and you have several massacres during those killings, most of the people, they are civil population. And they, as one of the interviews said, they can get to the home, and we have a lot of interviews, and we had a lot with the victims monitoring, when they mentioned when they go, and they said how they enter to the house without asking any question, just killing people because they needed to prove some results. So that's one of the first points. And a second point, I'll be really brief, is that when, as we mentioned, with the inconsistent of 25 plans of security in 5 years, you find, for example, a week ago, the government decided that they're going to intervene in some locations in Caracas with police from other regions, because now they said that the police on those communities are equally corrupted and violent as the gang criminal groups. So the perpetration, as we mentioned, of the violence is, and the inconsistency of the patterns of this violence is some of the characteristics that we mentioned in this policy that we consider as a heavy hand and a weak arm. Thanks.
So unfortunately, because of time, we won't be able to get any other questions, but you can keep speaking with the presenters outside over some food. So I would like just to take this opportunity to thank everybody for this panel and the speakers. Please, you're welcome to join us outside for lunch. And we resume at 2.
Now in this session we have 3 papers which they are focused on post-conflict society, especially on issues related to political and social conflict, and they will be focusing on Libya, Colombia, and Serbia, which are countries that, as we know, they are facing very serious challenges in relation to development and security. So I would like to invite the first panelist, Vladimir, who is going to present the paper, When the War is Over, Special Forces, Organized Crime, and Curb Democratic Consolidation in Serbia. You have 12 minutes.
Thank you so much. So, firstly, thank you so much for this invitation. I have to say that Jose always does me a bit of a disservice by telling that I'm a great storyteller and so on. The fact of the matter is that I'm a historian, and historians ought to be good storytellers. Hopefully some of my stories are also based in facts, and therefore today I will present on, well, When the War is Over is a poetic title. The essence of my presentation is going to be dealing with the nexus between special forces, organized crime, and its influence on curbing the democratization processes in Serbia. This research is more or less building on a previous research which was prompted exactly by Jose and by Francisco, and I'm very much grateful for that. A colleague of mine, Dr. Kosta Nikolic, and I contributed to the collective volume which was mentioned a couple of times during these sessions, and we were working together trying to find out what was the connection between the organized crime and Serbian political elites during the Yugoslav wars. Just a reminder, Yugoslav wars lasted during the 1990s, and Serbia took a vivid role in it, which is why Serbia is basically seen even on a global scale as an example of something that I tend to label as a failed mafia state, but I can try to define it somewhat later in the text. What did Costa and I do once upon a time? We tried to track a career of a single person, Željko Ražnjatović Arkan. That's the guy who is holding a little tiger over there. He's holding a tiger because his paramilitary unit was called the Tigers. This guy was a paradigmatic warlord because he at some point became capo di tutti capi of the Serbian underworld, as he is definitely the most successful example of a transition of a criminal of an international reputation into a successful warlord, and then from a successful warlord to a politician and a media figure which was ubiquitous in the Milosevic and Serbia during the 1990s. Now we were trying to see what were the factors of that normalization, because clearly crime exists everywhere, organized crime as well. But one thing is to have organized crime, and another thing is to have it completely normalized and legitimized in a given society. To come to a point when a child of my age growing up during the reign of this guy looks at him and says, I could be such guy, and so on and so forth. That's like a sort of a far cry in, let's say, the evolution of social values. Among the factors of normalization of such type of behavior, we established several. Some have to do with the path dependence. Yugoslavia, which was a precursor to Serbia, had a rich prehistory of connection between its communist security services and the organized crime. And this is something that Milosevic was leaning upon when embarking onto ethnic war by proxy. Why is this important? Because waging ethnic war by proxy called for a specific type of mobilization, recruitment, and deployment of troops in a clandestine way on the territory of another sovereign country, and so on and so forth. So resorting to the paramilitary seemed to be a sort of a natural way to do so, and resorting to criminals to man those paramilitary units was equally logical, actually, from the point of view of the system. How did those systems or subsystems succeeded to thrive in Serbia, and how come that then Serbia started generating criminal organizations in the way Professor Mandic described in his own presentation this morning? Well, that also had to do with quick predatory economic transition which happened in Serbia in 1990s, and furthermore, predatory transitions are nothing new in Eastern Europe, but this one in Serbia was particularly brutal insofar as it happened under the circumstances of international sanctions and isolation, which made it an El Dorado actually for all sorts of illicit activities, including smuggling of pretty much everything, which was wrapped in a flag. It was a patriotic service to the state, given that each and every day between 1992 and 1995, Serbia needed X epsilon amount of food, fuel, weapons, cigarettes. Drugs were not mentioned because it's difficult to put drugs in this patriotic milieu. It's difficult to present yourself as a patriotic importer of cocaine or heroin in your country, but the other things actually worked. So entrepreneurs like Arkan were extremely successful in navigating those subsystems and also in flirting with different security apparatuses and using rivalries which existed between them in order to use their patriotic capital, patriotic under huge quotation marks, and transforming it into a symbolic capital of different kinds, into having so many economic enterprises, buying entire football clubs, becoming a media superstar and a political figure, and so on and so forth. This is actually not the story I meant to tell. This is the background. The story I mean to tell has to do with what happens when this mafia state starts crumbling. How does it become a failed mafia state? And that story starts with the death of this guy, Arkan. This is a photo taken approximately 10 minutes before his death. In a luxurious Belgrade hotel, he was shot from the back. All the 3 people actually were shot in the back by a off-duty cop. Even that suggested that there was a state signature on his execution, which happened in January 2000. What followed was pretty much a chaos in Serbia on the ranks of Pulp Fiction, actually. The state was not really able to forensically determine who killed Arkan, but what the state was able to do was to give a free rein to one of his lieutenants, who was in the meanwhile high official in the security service, to run a vendetta for Arkan. That guy, and if you can commit his name to memory, was called Milorad Ulemek Legija. Legija, the Legion. He was a former legionnaire. At the time of this vengeance, he was heading a super unit in the Serbian police force. He was an acquaintance of Milosevic, so he was acting within the establishment. The unit he was running was a formal successor to an informal paramilitary unit run by Arkan. Arkan's paramilitary unit was called the Tigers, whereas this one had more official name, the Unit for Special Operations. But even here, when you see how Legija or the Legion looks like and Arkan looks like, you can see that it's similar insignia, similar ethics, similar ethos, and actually similar business connections and similar lines of occupation. It's just that the one which was ran by Legija was much more etatized. The state, after the wars finished, was trying to get those paramilitary back into the system, to use the know-how of people who know how to kill, and basically to control them, if nothing else. The things turned sour during 2000 after Arkan's murder because there was really no legitimate adjudicator in the underworld anymore. So what had happened was a wave of murders in the underworld along the wings of this vengeance for Arkan, but also at the same time Milosevic's political opponents were hit, some successfully, some not, some started disappearing overnight. There was a brutalization of Serbian inner politics which, well, even according to the Serbian standard was way too much, especially since the elections in 2000 were forthcoming in September, and then Milosevic's chief potential counter-opponent, who was also, by the way, his political father and prior president of Serbia, also disappeared. One day he was jogging happily in the woods, and then he was simply vanished. The elections came in September 2000. Milosevic lost. He didn't concede. The demonstrations began, massive demonstrations, hundreds of thousands of people in front of the Serbian or Yugoslav Federal Assembly, myself included, Professor Mandic also included, but it wasn't only professors who were protesting. What one could observe, I would lie if I would say that I observed it, but what one can observe in hindsight was that among the demonstrators were people who were much more able than the two of us to do stuff. Those were people who would be jumping into the assembly, burning, looting in the assembly, waving flags, cheering, and so on. We know now, but we didn't know back then, that those were different portions of the organized crime which also took part in this anti-Milosevic coup. To make the situation even stranger, the special forces, Milosevic's watchdogs, death squads, ran by this Legija guy whom I mentioned, were ordered to break the demonstrators, to break Danilo and me, but lo and behold, they just wedged into the demonstrators, stopped, got out of their tanks, started fraternizing with the population, kissing priests' hands, and so on and so forth. That opened all sorts of questions whether the deposal of Milosevic was actually a revolution, or was it a coup, or was it both, in a sense. But what was clear that the bargain was struck between the security apparatus or its segments and the democratic opposition of Serbia in order to bring this deposal, and also in order to kick out Milosevic from Serbia and to transfer him to the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. Now, what do you do with the cancer? There was a metaphor from the field of physics today, Francisco, and I need to contribute with the one from the field of medicine. I feel deeply uneasy because cancer is really a horrible disease, and I don't know if it's proper, but the thing is that this unit, which I mentioned, was openly debated in 2001 by the politicians of democratic opposition of Serbia in those terms. They knew that in the center of their government there is an armed wing of the state security, which is licensed to kill and able and willing to kill, and they were debating what to do with that cancer. That's how they were calling it. These were the two main politicians of the time, Prime Minister of Serbia Zoran Đinđić and Yugoslav President Vojislav Koštunica. How to deal with that unit? It's not a big unit, 300 people. You would imagine that they could fit in this room. Yet, many attempts were made. Extraction attempts is what you do with the cancer. Actually, at first, everybody ignored the problem, which is also what many cancer-stricken patients tend to do. Extraction followed in mid-2001. The idea was that if you remove the key person, which in this case was this Legia guy, tattooed guy with a funny haircut over there, everything will be okay. So he was sent into an early retirement, and Prime Minister Đinđić happily continued visiting this unit for special operations, communicating with the new head of the unit, even brought his son, Luka, as you can see there, into their nest, let's say. So we pretend that everything is okay, but nothing was okay. In fact, even though the unit had a new commander on paper, in reality, this guy, Legia, was still pulling the strings, and even worse so, Jovica Stanišić, Milošević's head of the Secret Service, who was in deep retirement by that time, mentioned by Danilo this morning as the coordinator of this monstrously big smuggling network, was probably pulling the strings behind him too. So whenever something would go south, this unit would be disobedient. At some moment they just blocked the highway connecting to important strategic parts of Belgrade. This is what you can see that, putting the government in a very humiliating position to negotiate with them rather than disbanding them or something. Why did they negotiate? They were buying time. Again, as in many cancer treatments, they were trying out new medication. The idea was that if you can reform the government, if you can introduce special prosecution for organized crime, if you can put an independent prosecutor, if you can take some surveillance equipment from the British, if you can deploy this or deploy that, that you can somehow empower the legal system to deal with that type of enemy. But there was not enough time. So the chief doctor, Serbian, and this is not a pun, Prime Minister Đinđić was doctor of philosophy, fell victim to this fight. He was buying time, but he ran out of it, and in March 2003, he was shot from a sniper. The guy behind the sniper was a lieutenant colonel in the unit for special operations. So he was killed by a lieutenant colonel who was the best sniper in the country, not by off-duty, but being on duty, actually, at that moment. And that had opened a number of issues and a new type of treatment. What followed after Đinđić's death was another quite surprising set of developments. Đinđić was not as popular during his lifetime, but after his murder, there was something like a genuine change of heart. The government was emboldened by, again, hundreds of thousands of people who took part in Đinđić's funeral, pretty much having a simple message like enough is enough. It was obvious that the country is descending into some sort of quite anarchic violence, and the government introduced a state of emergency, and again, in the terms of cancer treatment, it used both targeted radiation and general chemo. Targeted radiation meant getting to eradicate the heads of the criminal gang, which was backing the unit for special operation, because unit for special operation worked in close liaison with two criminal gangs from the suburbs of Belgrade, leading them to a position of monopolists in the drug market, perhaps monopolists, I don't know, I'm not an expert in drug markets, but they seemed quite monopolist at the time because their transports had been secured by the unit for special operation and nobody dared to actually intercept those transports. So basically this clan had been effectively destroyed. Furthermore, thousands of people were arrested during the state of emergency. Those were people who had thick police dossiers, yet because of the different deficiencies in the Serbian legal system, there was never, something was always lacking. We even call it like you lack one paper. We have this unofficial rule in our administration. So basically the state of emergency allowed for speedy arrests of these people. Brief remission of the cancer happened afterwards because in the course of these investigations, so many cans of worms had been opened. For instance, that former president of Serbia who was kidnapped, his body was found at one of the Serbian mountains, decomposed body. For instance, the guy from the Secret Service who shot Prime Minister confessed his crimes over the cameras. He showed where he practiced his rifle and so on and so forth. The head of the Secret Service, former head Jovica Stanišić, and his lieutenant Franko Simatović were sent to the Hague Tribunal during the Operation Sabre. More or less they were sent, and this is kind of interesting, they were sent to the Hague Tribunal because those people were so powerful in Serbia that no policeman actually dared to question them seriously. Nobody could even figure out the questionnaire for people who were running those types of operations. You know, when you don't want to hear the answer to your question. I wish the story had a happy end. Some of the people were apprehended. So the guy who shot Prime Minister Đinđić, Zvezdan Jovanović, and Legia Legion, they are both serving their time now in Belgrade, 40 years or so, not only for killing Đinđić, but for, I guess, like 10 different really serious violations. Many of these previous assassinations actually were organized by them. But in honesty, actually, what followed was 2 decades of homeopathic treatment. What we get literally from 2024 until now is an extremely selective fight against organized crime, whereby this or that group is being simply put into the papers and demonized, and the narrative is offered that, like, okay, only if we get rid of this guy or that guy who is very, 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 very bad, everything will be okay. But in reality, what we can see is simply power elites. Power elites in which organized crime is playing a legitimate role. So mixed results of this treatment, to my mind, and I finish, boil down to 3 or 4 really basic conclusions. There was never any attempt of integrated therapy of this problem, so only the symptoms had been treated and never the underlying cause. State capture of Serbia through corruption is immense, and power elites are interdependent. Organized crime plays a huge role in it. I will demonstrate by an example. The photo of Arkan's murder, which I showed you in the beginning, contains a 4th person, right? Yet this photo was never seen until a year ago in its totality, even though 20-something years passed. Why? Because the 4th person, like in the movie, there is always the 4th man, right? Who are these people? Warlord of an atrocious criminal record. His business companion. Colonel in the Yugoslav police force. So even this is like Godfather 1, right? Solozzo and McCloskey. But this guy was, and still is actually, the head of the biggest bank in Serbia. What is he doing there? The thing is, forensically, we know a lot about crimes and war crimes. What we don't know is that we don't follow the money. Nobody follows the money, actually. And therefore, we are deprived of some important information about how organized crime actually affects governance in Serbia and how it curbs its democratic development. I'm so sorry for
Thank you very much, Vladimir. So we'll leave the questions until the final presentation. Okay, so next up we have Josette, who is presenting the paper Read Peacemakers Post-FARC Trajectories from Political Crime to Politicized Common Crime. Is that the paper I have?
I'm confused.
The abstract?
I'll try.
No, it's Greedy Peacemakers.
Greedy Peacemakers by Jose Gutierrez.
That's what I have in the program.
That's what you have in the program?
I mean, that's what I got from your email, sorry.
Yeah.
What's the confusion?
No, I'm confused. Sorry, no. Doesn't matter. You know, we'll keep going. It's Jose Gutierrez, and when we talk about greedy peacemakers, probably
Okay. Well, yeah. I have the paper you sent to me, so I'm really sorry.
No, I'm sorry, because probably
the abstract.
I did something stupid, which is not usual, so that's all right.
Okay, go ahead. You have 12 minutes.
Okay, so I'll start. My talk is not what she was saying. It's Greedy Peacemakers, and it is about Colombia. And this is going to be it's an interesting exercise for me, because I'm not talking about something that I know. I mean, a lot of this stuff you can see it from a distance or from a perspective, and I have to thank Vlado for his usually colorful storytelling, which makes it always much nicer at this time of the day to be in a conference. But in my case, I had the dubious privilege of following the transition of this and the evolution of some of these characters in my own lifetime and in my own work. I'm going to be talking about people that started as guerrilla commanders back in days, left-wing, socialist, committed, blah, 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 and I've ended up as working on protection rackets, basically for drug dealers, and then some of them ended up as paramilitaries, right-wing paramilitaries. So I'm going to be talking about how that transition happened, what more or less, or how I make sense of that transition, how I see some mechanisms that led from point A to point C in a way, okay? So I'm going to talk about greed, first of all. Greed has been a constant companion of conflict stories for a number of decades, okay? I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, so excuse me for that, but they distract me. So greed is a constant companion of conflict stories. I'm so glad that it's probably the first conflict-related conference in a long time that I've only heard the name of Paul Collier once, but he's been a regular staple in this type of conferences ad nauseum for decades now. But the theory of Paul Collier was very simple, okay? So basically you have conflict, and this was what he called the economic theory of conflict. You have conflict because you have people that are greedy and have incentives to participate in rebellion. This is no longer dominant. I'm not going to refer to the critique of this, but it has come
under robust criticism by even people here in this room. So I would refer all of you, if you're interested in that sort of criticism, to literature, and you can read about it. But there's been more to greed than conflict. And beside Collier, there were other people, and I'm going to name an Irish academic, actually, Rob Keverlihan, who's actually studied how greed could also have a role in peace building. Okay, so he says, well, in the same way that people sometimes, because of greed, participate in conflict, sometimes people, because of greed, can participate in peacemaking. Now, that sounds like putting Paul Collier upside down. It sounds a bit sort of irreverent in a way, but a lot of this has been a regular staple, again, of peace-building theories, particularly in Ireland. The whole thing of the dividend of peace was about precisely that sort of stuff, showing rebels, showing insurgents, that, and the community supporting them, that there was more to be gained by peace than by conflict. So obviously, in the context of the liberal peace-building paradigm, this had quite a lot of traction. Because in the liberal peace-building paradigm, of course, I mean, like, markets are a force for peace. Markets are good. They create more peaceful societies. And markets are led by individual appetites. They are led by greed. So greed ultimately has the potential of being a good thing. You know, you satisfy your appetite, and then you're doing a bigger service to society in a way. So you can actually, through greed and through showing competence that they have more to gain in peace than in war, you can be doing a more general service for peace. There's a lot of problematic issues about this assumption. Okay? And the liberal peace-building paradigm has come under sustained attack as well. And Oliver Richmond, the person who gave the first speech here today, has done some very robust criticism of it. Again, so I would point it into that direction. But the most important thing that I want to show here is what happens if the dominant economy of a given society and the dominant markets are of a very dubious nature, like in the case of Colombia. I mean, like it's the illicit drugs economy. It's massive. It's not just a problem, let's say, that you find in dark alleys. You're talking about millions of people that derive their livelihoods from it. Okay, so obviously those forces of market, because of the very conditions in which because there's nothing intrinsically violent about drugs, but the conditions of illegalization and criminalization create this paradox in which there's important pull factors into those economies that actually can have very different impacts at those desires, and I'll refer to that in a few minutes. But also this idea of, let's say, the role of these economies, it's also been linked not only to this idea of the liberal peace-building paradigm, but also has been linked to the idea of the spoilers of Stedman. Okay, that basically, yeah, there are illicit economies, so by nature it's a bit of the opposite kind of side. So by nature there's something quintessential about these economies that is intrinsically violent, and they will, if you have illicit economies, there will be spoilers for peace. Which obviously I think it's highly problematic as well, because as we said, we cannot reify drugs, we cannot reify illicit economies. It's not about the economies as such, it's not about drugs as such, but it's about the way they're inserted into certain social structures, the way policies are built around them, and the way institutions respond to them. Okay, so going back to Colombia, we had a peace process very recently in 2016 in which FARC, a pretty large peasant army, and I want to emphasize that peasant nature of it, demobilized and entered into a peace agreement with the Colombian government. There were a number of problematic aspects for it, in particular in terms of reintegration. Okay? Most of the ex-combatants tried to reintegrate into society, but apart from the very high-ranking commanders, most of them had serious issues in trying to sort of fit into a society that basically was not, the government was not giving them productive projects and a number of things that they were supposed to be given, and they were not having access to all the posts because there was so much post to go around, and obviously some people were everybody was going to have access to them. So you had three levels, and we know because of the work of Zuckerman Daly that mid-ranking commanders are very important for the resumption of violent activities. In this case, it operates on a very interesting base. I mean, the bulk of the rank and file had no option but to just try to survive in a very savage capitalist market. The higher officers were sort of covered because they had political positions and so on and so forth. But the mid-ranking commanders had a number of had a different situation because they were in this situation. They had to fend for themselves, but they had an advantage, and the advantage they had was three issues basically. The first one is that they had a knowledge of the cocaine industry because during the conflict they had been taxing and entering into all sorts of relationships with the drug industry. Uneasy relationships, conflictive relationships, but relationships. Okay? So they had knowledge of the industry. The second is that they knew the routes. They had a very practical knowledge of how you could get cocaine out of the country. And the third thing they had is that they had an amazing military experience. FARC were extremely competent fighters. Okay? So with those three things in your CV, you were guaranteed to find a job working for the drug cartels. Now, in the case of Colombia, it was very clear, and actually I visited a number of this CBTN, the Zona Vereda de la Transición, the concentration points in which ex-combatants had to demobilize and be reintegrated in society. And from very early on, there was pressure, and there were visits from drug traffickers trying to lure a lot of them into their own business and saying, well, sure, you know, it's tough, you know, I mean, like now you don't have a job, your wife is pregnant, you know, I know it's all tough, you know, so you can think about another line of business, so to speak. Okay, so I'm going to talk about now very briefly, because I'm aware of the time, and I won't bore you with a number of details here. But I'm going to talk about two experiences that I know firsthand. Okay, there's many more, but in which mid-ranking commanders shifted first from guerrillas to let's say common criminals. Okay. And then they evolved to paramilitary. So this is a three-stage process. So first, they demobilized, and now these people were actively, and I want to emphasize this, these people were actively defending the peace process. So in a way, yes, greed was important for peace. These people wanted to get out of the FARC, these mid-ranking commanders, and getting out of the FARC was not easy. Because if you got out of the FARC, basically, there was a high likelihood that you would be dead. But these people wanted to move out because they knew what they had in their CV. They knew how much money was there in drugs to make, but the FARC were a very hierarchical, centralized, and extremely disciplined organization. So no money was individual. So you had these people managing millions at any time, and all the millions belonged to the organization. And then all of a sudden they saw opportunity that those millions could be theirs. And all of them defended the peace process because they saw this as their opportunity to go into a more lucrative business. And I think that was, it's clear when I was talking to some of these commanders that it was very clear that they knew that they had a lot to gain with peace, okay? So they moved into the Zonas Veredales, they went into the process, talking about two cases, Putumayo in the Amazon and Argelia in southwestern Colombia in the Cauca Valley. It's just small farmers. And there were, and these people then formed, a few months after demobilization, they formed two gangs. One was called Pocillos, which talking about the guy without the eye. Pocillo means in Spanish cop. And this guy in a fight lost one ear, so he was called the cop, because cops have only one ear to craft for the coffee. But it's interesting, these nom de guerres and these sort of mafia names in a way. But this guy was called Pocillo, and not only he led this group, this protection group, to the crystallizing facilities, but because the FARC, the dissidents of the FARC, the people that were still following the old practices and were still into the ideological game, but they had they had splintered from the peace process, they moved into the region. These guys entered into an alliance with the army. And they ended up actually fighting because of the presence of the guerrillas, of the new guerrillas, so to speak. They ended up mixing with the army that were fighting them 5 years before, 3 years before. And this is no far-fetched opinion. I mean, there's a very famous a general, Hernando Herrera Diaz, was caught during a meeting saying, yeah, and I'm working with the Posillos and I'm working with the paramilitaries against the FARC because this is the goddamn war. He didn't say goddamn war, he said the F word, but he says this is the, in Spanish, la puta guerra. And that defines very well these alliances that in practice existed. In the south, it was more complicated in Putumayo, and I'm going to be finishing here. I knew well, because I interviewed him many times when he was a guerrilla commander, Manuel Politico, the commander of the Front 48. Then he became part of a protection racket. But in that case, the protection racket was run by paramilitary, by a right-wing paramilitary gang. So he ended up inadvertently working with them, and then again, when the dissidents came forward, joining the paramilitaries and becoming very zealous, actually, in persecuting his old comrades. So we have this situation. So my point at the end is, and what I want to emphasize before finishing, it's two things. A, techniques do matter, and I want to build up on what Francisco was saying. We have professionals of violence, and this gives a distinctive advantage that needs to be seen or regarded from a structural point of view. What type of structure do we have? Second, market economies are not necessarily a force for peace, and again, Colombia is a very good example of that, okay? And third, ideology does matter. In a sense, you're saying these people were doing exactly the same as they were doing before, but there were very important ideological elements there. Before, they were actually taxing drugs in order to develop an insurgency against the state, you know? And there were organizational aspects linked to it. No profits were individual. Profits were for the organization, you know? When you change that out of the equation, obviously you end up having a different kind of monster, and then although for the external observer these people are doing exactly the same, they're doing something completely different, and that's my point. So there are techniques, yes, but there's also ideology that you imbue on the techniques, and we need to be looking into that, and also the context in which all of this is taking place. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So our final paper in this panel is it's by Nader Ahmed, The Libyan Uprising Between a Rocky Political Transition and a Violent Internal Conflict.
How do I turn it on?
PowerPoint?
It's a PDF. I mean, it's fine, just if I can make the link.
Go over there.
It was in Amsterdam.
I don't know.
It's probably.
I don't know PC. Does anybody know PC and PowerPoint? Or, I mean, PDFs in the room? I'm not. The problem is it's not a Macintosh. It's a PDF, so how to full screen it? There was a square.
Yeah, I think we just need to.
Can you open it again? It might have closed.
I usually use PDFs because it's easier. I can't see the mouse.
You close the.
This is very strange.
Close it.
Yeah.
Difficult.
Here, let me bring it back over then. It's back there.
They usually use PDFs.
No, you can't. No. Where's the PDF again?
It's here.
think so. Is it? Yes.
Hi everyone, sorry about that. So my presentation today, just a disclaimer, it's like a work in progress, so it's a really tiny part of my PhD, so bear with me. And I would love to have feedback on definitely the work, because I'm still developing the paper and the concept behind it and the methodology and everything. So today I'm going to talk about the Libyan civil war, the dynamics of political power and criminality. Just to give you a quick context, so in 2011, a wave of mass protests started in the Arab region area, and it was later called the Arab Spring. It started in Tunisia, then went to Egypt, and then arrived to Libya, and also expanded to other countries. But in Libya, and that's one of my case studies in my PhD, I look at Tunisia and Egypt as well. This is where it started. So the protest started peaceful. Unfortunately, due to the legacy of Gaddafi, who was the dictator who stayed 42 years in power, this peaceful revolution turned into a bloody civil war and political instability that Libyans suffer from until this very day. And this is what I will try to explain today. So Gaddafi's regime committed political crimes before the uprising and over a period of 42 years. But also he left this legacy of violence and grievances between tribes. So I'm going just to give you a context. So Libya is mainly divided, it's a tribal-based society. And Gaddafi used tribes and turned them against one another and used his power to basically buy kind of the tribal's allegiances to him according to his own interests. He used this idea of divide and conquer. So he used the idea of, as long as the tribes are not united against me, then it's fine, because I have tribes who I include into my security apparatus, and then I can use to maintain power. And he actually succeeded, because he stayed in power for over 42 years. And then, if you can see, like mainly it's the Arab tribes, but there are also Berber tribes, Tuareg tribes, and Tubu tribes. And they're divided all over Libya. And obviously, where they're placed in the geography of the country does play a lot in the current conflicts. So my primary observations are basically the fact that the fall of Gaddafi had shown that the criminal behaviors were directly linked with this political power that he used to have, as state crimes came to the surface after he was killed in October 2011. The objective of transitional justice, which is, just to give you a brief definition, is a set of mechanisms that are used after a conflict or a revolution to be able to make a transition between the old regime and the new one. And the idea is to find the truth, so what happened, give accountability to victims by punishing perpetrators eventually after investigations, obviously. There's also reparations and institutional reforms. So the idea of transitional justice is to actually understand how criminal behaviors have been carried out by this regime during its rule, and the link between this criminality and this political power. That would actually make us understand how the civil war is happening now and why, and how to stop it. And this is what I'm trying to show in my PhD. I think transitional justice is a great way to look at the past, but I think it lacks a bit of a deep look and understanding of perpetration, and understanding really the link between this criminal behavior and the political power that was there, and to explain the system of perpetration that happened. So the methodology I'm planning to use for this paper is process tracing, which is a method that aims to, a qualitative method that aims to follow causal mechanisms using basically detailed within case empirical analysis of how causal process plays out in an actual case. It's used usually for case studies and historical cases to link causes and outcomes of also similar cases to be extendable. This paper also aims to understand basically the focus on Libya and the causes of the civil war. Why did I decide to use process tracing? Because it enables us to have strong causal inferences to be made about how these causal processes work in the real world based on studying within case mechanistic evidence. I'll be using it to theory test, basically. So my theoretical framework, I'm planning to use the theory of intergroup theory as I put forward that being unified against one common goal during the revolution, tribes were united against Gaddafi, but then when his regime collapsed in October 2011, these tribes and these allegiances turned against one another. And according to I'll be using also the definition of state crime theories from criminology. He committed implicit acts of commission, which is basically he used the intergroup allegiances between the different tribes to basically consolidate his authoritarian grip and then left a legacy of deep conflict within the Libyan society. So again, as a primary observation, I think that Gaddafi regime's responsibility turns around the fact that he's not only responsible of the crimes that he have been committing during his 42 years, but he also he is responsible of the legacy of violence between tribes that he has left behind. The civil war in Libya that happened after the fall of Gaddafi is partially in a big way the responsibility of his regime, and he didn't put his trust in the Libyan National Army, and he instead gave power to militias under the control of his tribe, his family, and other people from his entourage. In some cases, and I'm citing Guterres and Ciro here, state itself creates the conflict and the peripheries. So that's what I'm trying to show here. So the aim of the paper is to basically try to engage with the most recent concepts in civil war studies, giving a recent perspective deducted from the Libyan case, which I believe is very understudied, and there's a lot of sides of it that really seem to be needs more exploration. So I don't think I'll take all of my time, but this is basically the concept behind the paper is to understand how the criminality, the predatory behaviors, so it was mainly discrimination against minorities like the Amazigh population, who are a minority tribes who have their own language, their own rituals, their own culture, who were deeply discriminated against under Gaddafi and have been fighting since the revolution to be actually have the Libyan citizenship and be considered part of the Libyan society, which hasn't happened obviously until now. He used favoritism as well based on tribal allegiances, like I've explained, which obviously fueled the Libyan civil war, and there was also that side of political power using the divide and conquer strategy and also legacy of violence between the tribes. So yeah, that's the primary ideas I have about the paper, obviously subject to feedback and work. I think it still needs a lot of work and putting things together, but that was my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So those were our 3 papers. It was very nice to see how those 3 papers fit together, not just in terms of methodology. I think we have a lot to talk about how you're using process tracing, which I think fits very well in your research. And it was also very interesting to see how you were able to highlight how some groups, they create and they maintain some of their privileges, even after the war is over, or especially when you look at issues of legacy after the war has ended. And another important point was how you analyze the issues of power consolidation via organized crime and also via state crimes. So those are the points I see in the 3 of the presentations today. So I can now open the floor for questions if anyone wants to ask. So I will take rounds of 3. So we have one here, and then can go first.
Yeah, so the question is actually for all three of you. I was listening and I also was struck by the similarities in a way. And I was thinking about, do we have any examples, other place in history where post-conflict was the situation of a military power that needs to be absorbed now into a country after a country is built? It's not a new one. It happens almost in every end of conflict kind of situation. And I'm trying to think about a successful solution that was not extremely violent. Because there were some successful solutions that were like, okay, we killed them all, but now they are not, they are gone, and that works, okay? But is there a solution that was not like that, that actually could be a model or something?
And then insisting on that, I have two questions, one for Vladimir and for Jose Antonio. Exactly the same vein. How mainstream were these phenomena? Because I'm sure there were other routes, etc. And then you could argue that many states have criminals operating in the margins, but eventually they are absorbed. Yeah. So how mainstream were these phenomena, and how can you put together the mechanisms which produce them together with the mechanisms that produce other kinds of trajectories? And for you, a very simple, elementary question: which is the cause of claim?
Sorry?
Which is the cause of claim? Because if you're using process tracing, then you have to specify very clearly the cause of claim. So, if I understood what it would be, that the influence of Gaddafi was persistent after his demise, and then how would you use that methodology or those tools to show that cause of claim?
I have a question for Vladimir, but maybe Dino as well. Going back to the 90s, one of Parkin's main recruitment grounds was at Red Star on the terraces. You know, Vucic has, he said he spent his youth associated with Red Star and was heavily involved with them. These fan groups in Belgrade, they've often been accused of heavily being involved in, the Montenegrin drug trade and being hired to disperse LGBT rallies on behalf of the police, that kind of stuff. Obviously, it's very political subculture, but my main question would be just how involved in organised crime are they, and just how connected to the people that are they in Belgrade?
What about it?
So are you for the first block of questions? We can ask more. I will ask another two. Yes, if you want to.
When it comes to your question, I will come back to yours as well. So the cause for me, I think one of the things that made me think about this paper is basically whatever I read about Libya is mainly a very big analysis of what's happening now since 2011, and I feel that it's really important to go back to the roots and how did these the work on Gaddafi did with the tribes, and how did he manage to consolidate his power and understand his regime. I think understanding how the regime worked over 42 years is very important to understand what's happening now, because if we keep talking about the idea that there is so many international actors in Libya, there is militias, there is a problem of weapons being all around the country without any control, and this is an understanding of now, but then there's this whole lack of background that I feel is not enough covered, and this is why I thought that using process tracing would help me to make that cause and effect link between the legacy of Gaddafi and really what happened after his fall. As for your questions, well, I don't think, since I'm working on the Arab world, I think there is nothing really that we can say that is successful, so no. I wish that we can use maybe, when it comes to institutional reforms, I know that in Eastern Europe there was quite some successful institutional reform of police somehow, as far as I read, but of course, Vladimir, you're the expert, so yeah, that's basically it.
So firstly, thank you so much for the question. All the questions. Historians are great in telling stories, but they, and I'm not the exception, have no idea how to interpret all those stories. So it helped me very much thinking about this. I'll combine, and if something remains unanswered, I'll be happy to talk all night long on these topics. Firstly, to many questions there are no answers because our sources are of course only partial. Even the stuff I could compile, I compiled rather because I was a consultant in the prosecution than as an independent researcher. So we don't know exactly. You are completely right. Fan-based, basically hooligans of Red Star and Partizan were a breeding ground of the paramilitary. But that doesn't mean that football hooligans are, you know, somehow intrinsically violent. What happens is that any system channels violence in youth. And it just happens so that communist Yugoslavia had very rudimentary ideas how to do so. You know, you go to high school and you have only 3 or 4 sections of extracurriculars. Chess, radio amateurs, judo, and football. I think it's kind of obvious who's going to go where, right? So that's how football clubs and football games were streamlining violence long before Arkan. Football became big business at the same time, and it allowed for laundering of money of unseen proportion as well. That was also a magnet for the organized crime and for the secret services. Secret services were financing in communist Yugoslavia lots of their clandestine activity through money laundering through football, and they were allowed to do so because they were generating money. Yugoslav Secret Service was also helping in moving drugs from the Eastern Bloc into Western Europe. That's what one of the, I mean, this was, philosophy was called keeping Yugoslavia clean. So basically allowing transiting of making Yugoslavia only a transit country. So we can demonize this criminal or that criminal, Arkan or Milosevic, but some problems are simply structural. When I said that Serbia was El Dorado for importing whatever, somebody has to export that, right? It doesn't come out of the thin sky. It's not that Arkan goes to Switzerland and takes something physically. No, it's actually, you know, as we say in my country, the fish stinks from the head. And the evil banker who is sitting with him, well, somebody owns that bank, and then somebody else owns that bank, and then somebody else owns that bank. So the scope of the problem remains, I think, unclear to everybody. Was there a successful solution to demobilization? I mean, the story is as old as the world, as old as Caesar and his veterans, as old as nobody writes to the colonel, right? I mean, this is what occurred to my mind when we were talking about FARC people. The only successful example I shiver to say was Germany after the Second World War, to my mind. Because after the First World War, everybody saw what chaos remains if you have hundreds of thousands of people who are trained to kill and they are out of work and they are angry and bitter. After the Second World War, some were hung, some were put to prison, and I'm talking now about SS and SS people, basically. Whoever transpired until 1956 or 58 was reintegrated in the society. Not only by the right wing, but also by the left wing as well. Was it a good thing? Was it a bad thing? I don't know. It seems to me that extremism somehow got absorbed, but it could have went completely differently. For instance, in the case I kind of tried to describe, it went differently. The state tried to kind of absorb, but the state was too weak and it toppled under the pressure. So unfortunately, there is no recipe, and I'm afraid if there was a recipe, we wouldn't be the first to know. We'd be the victims of such a recipe. Oh, you finish? Of course, yeah. Never.
So I'm going to start, Nelly, with your question because I think it's a very important one. I mean, like, I'm not saying something that has not been said before. I mean, like, there's a huge literature, and you know that very well, about post-agreement and post-war, as they call it, okay? Post-war violence. And Auxerre, for instance, a number of them have been studying and interpreting the different types of violence that you find in post-war societies and so on and so forth. I think that we all recognize that there's an issue there, but we're not understanding well the mechanisms. And I'm going to do some shameless self-promotion as usual here, but that's why we have just put together for the EU project with John Doyle and Francisco, among others, on causal mechanisms for post-peace agreement violence, and we're going to be focused specifically on that. So it's something that I think is pretty much an agenda which is open. Now I think we have identified a number of mechanisms and so on and so forth, but I'm going to focus on two in particular.
I mean, like, I also a member with Dara McGill over there of the International Network for Transformative Justice, or the International Transformative Justice Network. I never can remember the name of the organization. But we would be quite inclined to think that a lot of these issues are structural and they have to be treated as structural. And I do think, and we were discussing with Francisco in the morning, a big issue here is not that drugs as such, or illicit economies as such, produce violence. It's the same as football. Of course, it's all the policies around it, it's all the institutional responses around it, and that's a debate that it's long overdue. And here we're talking about a matter of scale, and scale here is huge, and it's relevant, and I'm very glad that Francisco earlier on talked about scale as well, when he was saying, like, over this you're a band and you're a military threat. I mean, scale is important. And when you have a certain economy in the country of which the lives of 3 million people, including children, all sort of people, okay? Whole households, whole communities, whole villages. You're not talking about, oh yeah, something is this gang in Ballymun that does drugs. We're talking about entire departments in Colombia, almost entire municipalities that depend on illicit economies. That shows you the sheer scale of the problem makes you think that you need some serious discussion around it. You know? And the sooner you have the discussion, the better it will be from the perspective of having a successfully non-extremely violent solution. But I think that it's something that we should be working on. Secondly, and this is my last intervention, how mainstream are these phenomena? I think obviously we have an issue of not, I mean, these things need to be quantified, obviously, to know how mainstream they are. I don't have the data. I don't think nobody has the data at the moment. But what I can speak from my own, and you know, my experience was fairly rich, fairly in-depth. Of 6 case studies that I worked in Colombia, 5 of them, one way or another, are back to conflict. Okay? 5 out of 6. Only of the 6 case studies that I worked in, the 6 communities, only one built a sort of sustainable type of peace, which was Pradera. Okay? In all the rest, you had, in 2 of them, you had basically dissidents coming up, very ideologically trying to recompose the old FARC and so on and so forth. And in the other 3, you had basically all FARC people helping themselves to other line of businesses, with side by side with the emergence of dissidents. And there is where you have this explosive mixture that clash and produce conflict. Okay, so let's say the dissidents on themselves did not necessarily produce violence, although they tend to be more violent because they are in confrontation with the state. Now, these guys, when they moved, I mean, both Posillo and Manuel, when they moved into the mafias, they said immediately, and those were the first declarations, we're not at war with the state. We don't know why they say, actually, we're working with the army here at the border, so we cannot be at war with the state, and that's what they said. Now, when a group showed up that were at war with the state, they were immediately back at war because they had some sort of overlaps with state apparatuses. Not with the state as such, but with some state apparatuses. And even sometimes with some brigades and so on and so forth. So obviously there are mechanisms there that produce violence and produce different trajectories. And I think, again, this is all linked to the discussion of structural issues and structural causes. But I'd say it's fairly mainstream. I mean, like, just from my own experience, I'd say there's a lot of that going on.
Okay, thanks. No, thanks again, everyone, for the really good presentations. Jose earlier mentioned the Transformative Justice Network. I think what you finish off with, Vladimir very much gets into that. I think forensically, people don't often follow the money, and I think, as well as what you said, I noticed down, we're missing the connection, and we're also missing, as you said, the relations of power and the political economic linkages that exist. I think you have it in that presentation as well, kind of more at the state level. I had the same sort of question now about the causal link. I was wondering that myself. But I think, to what extent, take this as a comment or a question, the kind of divide and rule tactics of Gaddafi is about criminality, and to what extent it's about maintaining political control. And I think we really need to pull out those differences. You're claiming that he's using this kind of dividing kind of social tension and division as one drive for 2 distinct regions. I think you need to very clearly delineate those 2 different modalities or different motives industries into areas that were previously no-go areas for multinational, and linking back to multinational mining operations. Maybe small scale people would take the risk, but big multinational wouldn't. So there's a massive underlying greed behind that. What's also happened there is, of course, this has created new social conflicts in those areas where mining and other extractive industries come up. So I don't think it's something you can necessarily respond to now, and I just come to the conclusion that there's all kinds of other questions. But if anything, well, that's useful, and we can keep discussing any of it. Thanks.
Great. My question is for another. I'm going to keep it really short and simple. I'm going to page as devil's advocate, so bear with me for a second. Right? Now, in terms of the Middle East, after Arab Spring, we saw that there are civil wars taking place, and those very dictators who kept the state together, as soon as they were taken out of the picture, the state started to fall apart. Right? Now, if you look this through the liberal lens, it seems like a good thing that happened. Like the dictators are gone, and now there will be democracy, and people will have human rights, this, that, and the other. But if you look at it from a realist perspective, this is my question: would you not give them some credit that they were somehow keeping the state together, like Ali Abdullah Saleh from Yemen? He said that I am the man who knows how to dance on the heads of the snakes, right? So, if you take that from the realist perspective, do you not give them some kind of credit that despite the turbulence they adopted from the colonial powers, like how the tribal structures were, and the civil society was non-existent, everything, and the intervention from the West, despite all of these factors, they did manage to run the country, and the state, which is the condition which is the state is right now, is thanks to them. If they were not there, we would not have seen the country, we would see the state falling apart into pieces. So I'm playing as a devil's advocate, so just interested in how you answer that.
Okay, thank you, Tamir, for your comment. I think it really helps because, yeah, I mean, he used it for, obviously for political reasons, but I think there was a lot of corruption networks as well, and, well, weapons trade between him and the tribes, and oil trade, obviously, because he was monopolizing the whole power, and he used to put people who he knows, according to regional, tribal allegiances in the oil industry, to make sure that the money stays where it should stay, for him to have. And I think the MENA region, after the Arab Spring, is very important to understand this link between corruption and repression, because it's really interlinked, and the link between them is very complex and multi-layered, and I think it showed, I think transitional justice in that case needs to level up to that in order to be able to understand really the linkage between these two. As for your question, I mean, it's really hard for me to answer that because I can't give credits to dictators ever, like that's, but I think to be able, like trying to be objective as possible, I think they kept the state together, but on the expense of what? And is that sustainable? Because obviously it's not. So if you want to keep a state together, you empower people to have a diverse political life. You empower administrations to be corruption-free. If you want to have a state kept together, you create a system of healthcare and education. So they didn't do any of this. So a state being together, I mean, I'm from Egypt, so if you look at a state being together, yes, there is a state, but there is no state when where it needs to be. So if you go, I don't know, to public administrations, or I used to work as a lawyer under training for a year and a half, and I was like, I knew about the level of corruption, but when I started to actually go to courts, everything you need to do, you need to either bribe one of the people who work there, or you can spend an entire week trying to get just one paper and one decision from a court, which is, it should be much easier than this. So And in that case, I don't see where is the state. In that case, I don't see that this is a state being together. It's a failed state. It's a state that shows that, yes, I'm here, I repress people, I have corruption, I have an authoritarian grip, but then in the end, it's like, it's an empty shell, basically, and inside there is no state, because a state is functional institutions, as from my perspective.
May I briefly connect your comment to the question posed by Francisco in the beginning, whether these cases are some sort of outliers or exceptions or not, and so on. And I think it's not a coincidence that we have 3 bizarre cases from 3 continents, right? Each sounds like some sort of Tarantino movie rather than a country as we envisage the country should be. So either those states are full of like some, lunatics, or there might be a systemic problem which is more visible under certain circumstances, such as in Colombia, such as in Libya, such as in Serbia, which I tend to compare with open fractures. You know, when you crush your bone so that it's wide open. And it's obvious to see. There are cases, I mean, it's kind of difficult to hide all those drugs and all that. It might be that societies that we are more accustomed to, that look more orderly from the outside, are just as rotten from the inside. I don't know. It's my question to you and to the commentator, for instance, for the afternoon. That might be the case because, even though I really think that honestly responsibility bears with people who do those things, they do them in global conditions. You asked about Vučić. Serbs voted Vučić in, but who whitewashed his biography? The EU, the Russians, the Americans, and so on. Colombians produce drugs, yes, but why? Where does this drug go? Who creates demand for those drugs and so on? So it seems to me that it's up to all of us to think about the global dynamics of the problem.
I think you're a frustrated surgeon now. Fractures, cancer, it's the King you, it's coming out. Yeah. Yeah.
Which is kind of things to your point, but it's not inherently.
Whether you believe it or not, I was gonna refer to that actually. But if you want to do it, no, you're fine. Okay, no, I was basically going to say that I don't think, again, I was going to start by that there's anything really intrinsically violent about no type of economy. It all depends on social relations, it all depends on institutional relations and legal responses to it. And again, I mean, like, Colombia is, the biggest, by far the biggest producer of cocaine in the world, but it's not the sole. And obviously, cocaine production has different effects in different countries, and Bolivia is a very good example of a very peaceful type of cocaine industry, and Peru, it's sort of somewhere in between, okay? But my general point about the whole economy is this is obviously part of when we're talking about the bigger picture. Of course, we're not talking about commanders lurking in the shadows of the jungle in a subsidiary of the Amazon River in Colombia. We're talking about global economies and how they express at a very local level, and that's the bottom line. And it's not just cocaine. There's all sort of other economies that you're saying. We're talking about the extractive industries and so on and so forth. And what's interesting here, and I'm not going to keep long, but in the CDF, the sort of the Manuel crowd, so to speak, the guys in Putumayo, they actually, because they are into this alliance with sectors of the state that allows them to traffic and to bring the cocaine out of the country and so on and so forth, they actually passed earlier this year, or it was last year, I can't remember, but I think it was earlier this year or late last year, a resolution saying that they were not going to allow any community to oppose the oil industry in Putumayo. And everyone would know that there's a huge kind of popular mobilization against oil extraction because it's so destructive and disruptive and polluting and so on and so forth. So actually you had these actors that moved from out of the FARC, they moved out of insurgency with a huge greedy drive, okay, just trying to mind their own business, but because of their positionality, because of their expertise, be dragged back into war, precisely because of market forces. And the market rarely operates through an invisible hand, but very often through a firm grip of the military and the powers to be. So that would be my observation. I think that actually there's forces that are dragging people back into conflict, people that otherwise would have dedicated probably to shady business, but in more peaceful conditions.
Okay, thank you. I feel we could have this conversation going on.
A break.
I post the paper now. We will have a break
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, we don't want you too late.
I was not saying that these three cases were outlined. I was speaking about the 300 paramilitaries.
Ah, I see. I didn't understand. I didn't understand.
So, in terms of Northern Ireland during the conflict, I'm taking a simplified version, there were many other actors, but taking the British state as the primary holder of power in Northern Ireland, state power in the sense of policing, army, military, the threat from insurgency, led by the IRA, other actors, but the IRA taken here for the sake of ease, and loyalists, those non-state actors, illegal, but how do they contribute to this power dynamic between the three? Each of them involved in all three dimensions, it could be said. The state might be the most straightforward. We now know historically from all sorts of released documents they were also involved in many illegal actors. But for the sake of simplicity here, taken as being the source of state-legitimized violence, even if not legitimate from a human rights perspective or other normative lens we might apply. And the IRA is the main military challenge to the British state in Northern Ireland. Clearly had a political project. They wanted to create a united Ireland on the whole island of Ireland. So there was a very clear political project in that regard. They were clearly involved in crime, not only in the sense that their entire illegal activity, armed struggle was clearly illegal in the eyes of the British state, but also they were involved in other sorts of crime in order to fund their operation, as I mentioned earlier, robbing banks, smuggling guns, these sorts of organizations. And also they played a role in policing in the communities where they were strongest, because they didn't want the police to be in among the citizens who maybe supported them, maybe didn't, and didn't want the police to use ordinary criminals as informers, which was fairly common throughout the conflict period. So the IRA had a sort of military perspective. We don't want the police here ideologically, because they're part of the British state, but we also don't want them here because they're not really interested in jailing this car thief or this person who's stealing people from houses. What they want to do is threaten them with jail and then say, well, if you keep an eye on Jose, who lives 3 doors down, and tells us who's going in there at night and who's he with, and write down the car registration numbers, then this evidence we have that you're a criminal is just going to disappear. And so the normal sort of policing, not just the policing against the insurgency, but normal day-to-day policing became mostly part of the insurgency. Literature and political analysis is quite divided on whether the IRA liked this, because it gave them control over their territory, and so they liked being the source of legitimized violence in terms of policing, often because they didn't own prisons, often a brutalized form of retribution against young criminals in particular, often taken the form of shooting them in the legs or exiling them from the communities in which they grew up. From their point of view, what else do you do? So critics of the IRA in particular saw this as the positive side of controlling their own territory. Some people have spoken in the aftermath of the conflict, said the IRA never especially liked it because it was high risk. So it's one thing risking going to jail for 30 years, shooting down a British helicopter or shooting at a British soldier, but you don't really want to go to jail for 15 years for the heroic activity of beating up some young thief who's stealing cars in your community. And it was also equally risky for those things. So there's a tension as to which. And so for me, I did hear that the political project in some ways was a state-building project, even though the insurgency was anti-state. But their aim was to create just a different state. Their control of policing was in constant tension. It gave them control over space, but it carried high risk for those who took part in it, and a risk they didn't particularly want to be associated with, some of the time at least. And crime was the tension of reputation versus cash. You need the cash, so you're willing to engage in some non-insurgent illegal behavior, but because you also have a political project. And from 1983 onwards, that political project involved standing for elections, and therefore the sorts of crime you got involved in needed to be increasingly ones that were compatible, at the very least, with your potential support base. You didn't particularly care if your political enemies didn't like it, but it needed to be something that your supporters could understand. And therefore, robbing money from banks was something your supporters were not overly concerned about, but dealing drugs in your own community was something you weren't going to be able to do. And so it's not that the IRA were more morally intact than other armed actors, but they stood for elections. And therefore the tension between what they could raise money doing and that political project for them was different than armed actors who didn't stand for election, who could take the view, well, selling drugs to middle-class kids in university, who cares? Not our problem. So the IRA sort of generally didn't get involved in that because they had this broader political project. And then on the other side of the triangle during the conflict period, the classic, and some of his tensions, the literature you also see in the Colombian case, and many actors, to what extent, how do you describe armed actors whose role is to defeat the insurgency, but are not entirely under the control of the state, or perhaps not at all under the control of the state? And so very often they're described in terms of pure collusion with the state, a vehicle of the state, almost an arm of the state. And at this distance from the conflict, unfortunately, more and more evidence comes out that a very high degree of state involvement in Lloyd's Parliamentaries was par for the course. And as some of you will know, there's a very controversial piece of legislation going through the British House of Commons at the moment to prevent any further inquests or legacy investigations into circumstances where people at least suspect that their loved ones may have been killed in reality by the British state, even though it was claimed by a loyalist organisation. But even if there was a high degree of British state involvement, there was also clearly some agency. Young people joined loyalist militias, not because they wanted to get on the state payroll. They might have ended up on the state payroll some years later, but there was some sense that people felt they were defending their community from the IRA, defending their community from the threat of United Ireland. But I think there's a tension between how you label and also the empirical and temporal evidence. So literature dominates by seeing the loyalist paramilitaries, in the usually Irish language, of reactive to the IRA. But yet the loyalists carry out the first killings. And also if you do a quantitative analysis, there's no correlation, or very little correlation, between killings by loyalist militias and killings by the IRA. So if you take that as being at least some proxy, that if they were primarily a vehicle for attacking the IRA, then maybe with a time lag of some weeks or months, you would expect loyalist killings primarily to happen after periods when the IRA had been particularly intensive. Whereas in fact what you see is the key periods of loyalist killings are after more constitutional or political changes. So initially after the Civil Rights Movement, after the 1972 peace agreement between the Irish and British governments, which didn't include Sinn Féin or the IRA, and again in the 1985 agreement between the Irish and British governments, which was explicitly designed to marginalise the IRA and build up a case for more moderate and more constitutional nationalism. And those are the three spikes in loyalism. So it's the threat of political change rather than the threat of actual armed action, which is empirically linked. But what you call that isn't even. Is it pro-state? Militias, is that the correct sort of conceptual framework to see it? But certainly not purely anti-IRA, or clearly they didn't like the IRA. But what's their political project? Is their political project here simply to defeat the insurgency? Sometimes they characterize themselves as extra loyal. So the British state wasn't really committed to defending Northern Ireland's position in the United Kingdom. From the perspective of a English conservative government in London, there wasn't the same emotional attachment to defending the state as there were for those who were living in Northern Ireland with a British identity. In an early piece of writing, I used a quote from a South African sort of leader of South African intelligence during the apartheid struggle, who was writing a comparative piece on why the Afrikaner racist government was correct to adopt its robust, as he called it, strategy against the ANC. And he wrote a comparative piece on Northern Ireland and Israel, which normally is done from the critics of the apartheid regime, making those comparisons. But he also drew the comparison between Ulster Unionists, Israelis, and apartheid South Africa. And he said, Ulster, like Israel, can only lose once. There's a quote. That Palestinians can lose 40 times in a row, but keep coming back. I'm not sure it's entirely accurate in that case. But in the case of Ireland, he argued, if Britain withdraws from Northern Ireland, there is no conceivable circumstance in which a British state 10 or 20 years later would decide, well, that was a terrible idea, pulling out of Northern Ireland, let's go back. The historic context is so different, it's not reversible. So a vote to create a United Ireland is only a one-way vote. You can't vote, you can vote every 7 years on the Good Friday Agreement to create United Ireland, but once it's passed, there's neither no right legally nor any political possibility of reversing it 7 years later, because possibly a middle ground. So characterizing that connection between loyalism, politics, armed action, illegality, attitude to the IRA is not straightforward. And it depends on the political perspective, to go back to sort of a Giddens, calling something political is a political process. So where are loyalists in that framework? And then just to jump forward in terms of how this changes on a sort of temporal basis. Now is sort of a vague concept, maybe not exactly now, but in this current political phase, there certainly is this transformed state. If the British state during the conflict was primarily one focused on defeating an insurgency or a terrorist threat from their perspective, even the highest critics of the British state don't see that as an accurate characterization of the entire nature of government in Northern Ireland today. It would be a caricature to describe that as what's going on in Northern Ireland. The British state is still there, it has interests. When the executive collapses, it has direct control from London. But even when there's direct control from London, Northern Ireland is run in a way today that is just transformed utterly from how Northern Ireland was run during the armed conflict. And so policing hasn't been entirely transformed, but it's been radically and dramatically transformed. And no British minister has sought to reverse those reforms while partial executive has not been sitting at a given point in time in Northern Ireland. So even in periods of trouble, there is a transformed British state, still politically committed to Northern Ireland remaining as part of the United Kingdom, but probably not seeing it as an absolute existential threat to the British state. Ian Lustig from Penn State used to talk about two thresholds you crossed between a piece of territory being absolutely part of your state. Your whole existence depends on it. So that's the sort of hegemonic basis that most states exist. Most states can't imagine a piece of their territory going away. And it wouldn't just be a tragedy for the government of today, but in some ways it would be a tragedy for the whole notion of what the state is if a chunk of it just decided to go and be somewhere else. I mean, the Civil War in the United States, there are many such historic examples, where it's not just a question of the government of today being unpopular, it seems to undermine the whole notion of what the state is. And Ian Lustig thought about that, for Israel, there was a period where any notion of recognizing the Palestinians was seen as an existential threat to Zionism. But then when he was writing in a more optimistic period of the late 90s and early 2000s, he thought Israel had moved to a situation where they could at least imagine a Palestinian state. The government of today might lose the next election because it was unpopular politically, but it wouldn't be seen as the end of the Israeli state as he thought it. And in the case of Ireland, he thought there was a period when the British state could not imagine Ireland leaving, pre-1920. It was just seen as an absolute threat to the notion of what the United Kingdom is. And then they got themselves to a state where, it wasn't their first choice, but they didn't really see it as a threat. And he was sort of in place, where is Northern Ireland on that spectrum? Does the British state see it as an existential threat? Not because they love it, but perhaps because they fear it kicks on Scotland. If Northern Ireland goes, nobody in London really understands it anyway, and they don't lose too much sleep. But if Northern Ireland goes, especially at the moment where the Scottish case is balanced, 48-52, you don't need an awful lot of Scottish people to go, maybe this is a different question now. Ironically, it probably happened the other way around historically at this point, where actually Scotland deciding first might be the influence on Northern Ireland. But right in the early 2000s, before Brexit, Ian Lustig was probably fairly safe that Ireland might have made that decision before Scotland. But now, what will be the context? For Ulster Unionists, many of whom see themselves in terms of their Scottish heritage rather than English, feel more at home, more affinity to Scotland. What would it feel like for an Ulster Unionist if Scotland left the United Kingdom? For how many people would that change the proposition of the very identity of the state rather than? And we saw some evidence during the Brexit debate of a very significant number of English conservative voters and supporters who, when asked a direct question in an opinion poll, would you trade off Northern Ireland for Brexit? Would you trade Scotland for Brexit? Upwards of 66% said they would willingly, not willingly, but they would happily, I think was the word, give away Northern Ireland if that was the price to get Brexit done, in Boris Johnson's terminology. Which seems strange for a Conservative party where you think state security, state territory is almost your first job, and the welfare state and other bits are really social democratic phenomena. That the imaginary concept almost of Brexit was placed on a higher priority than the territory of the state itself. And so what the state is, though an illegal, first-year introduction to international relations phenomenon, the British state is exactly the same as it always was. But the British state today, in any real political sense, its attachment to Northern Ireland is not over, and there's no doubt the elites of the British state will campaign very strongly for Northern Ireland to remain in the United Kingdom if a referendum was called in 5 or 10 years' time. But I don't think any of them would see that the British state was about to collapse if Northern Ireland voted by 51% to leave the United Kingdom. So it's probably in Ein Lustig's second phase of it would be politically problematic, but not a threat to the state itself. So it sort of sits in not quite the same sense of state power, maybe not quite the same willingness to use illegal means, extra legal means during that phase. The insurgency has also changed. I've consciously shifted the title from the IRA to Sinn Féin, not just because we've moved out of a period of armed conflict, but because it clearly over that period become the lead actor, the largest party by far. Not only now do they have a political project to achieve a new state, which is clearly the case all along, but probably to no greater surprise than to themselves as much as anybody else, they now not only have the prospect of creating a state, but actually holding state power, which again, certainly up to 2010, they saw themselves perhaps as being a small actor in a coalition government, part of a movement that would push that power. But now there's the real electoral prospect that the party would be, well, in opinion polls, they already are the largest party in both parts of the island, but that they would hold certainly the most significant part of a coalition government if an election was held in the Republic of Ireland in the short term, and they're already able to hold a position of First Minister of Northern Ireland if an executive is formed. So does that change the dynamic of the party? It certainly has moderated their political rhetoric. And you could just see those of you who are in Ireland over the last week in terms of the attitude that Sinn Féin took towards the death of the British monarch, in being welcoming and respectful to the British king, in consciously reaching out in terms of a way that their own support base was probably a little bit uncomfortable with. Certainly if you believe social media, as a representative of that base, very uncomfortable with it. But most outside observers thinking it was a very smart move, strategic move by the party to emphasize, if you want to hold state power, then how are you going to treat your political enemies? How are you going to treat people that don't like you, that disagree with you? And I think they certainly made some strong statements. So it's a party now not simply looking to create a state, but actually looking to run that state and having a realistic sense that might be what they do. So now policing is something that's politically, is politically impossible for the party via the remnants of the IRA or any other means to perform a role in policing. The political cost to that will be astronomical for them. And so support for the Police Service of Northern Ireland, support for An Garda Síochána in the south, very conscious, if you have a problem, there are policing agencies you need to go to, compared to during the period of conflict where they would have been saying the opposite. And that's a sort of, not a moral shift, but a political shift. So the cost to the party of being involved in criminal activity is huge, and the cost of being involved in crime. So even if political parties also need money as well as armed groups, the cost now of robbing a bank to fund the next election campaign, is the price that can't be paid. Because if you're caught and outed during that position, whereas during the armed conflict, if you're caught robbing a bank, it was, c'est la vie, that's what insurgencies do. So their attitude to power, conflict, crime is not a moral shift that there are better people in charge of the political party. It's a political shift that the cost of that conflict, crime, power nexus is radically different, because now the movement is in a position where they could actually win an election rather than having an objective that seemed very long time. And so for loyalists, the problem there is, while Sinn Féin has gone from being a minority party in the national community of Northern Ireland to being almost entirely dominant, loyalists have gone from being a tiny political party to an almost non-existent political party. The UDA, the largest of the loyalist militias, has no political party at all. And the smaller UVF in the last election could only stand candidates in 3 constituencies, polling about 0.1 of 1%. So almost an irrelevant percentage of popular support. I think that doesn't necessarily represent their social base, which possibly is a little larger than that, But as a movement that people would give their vote to, we want you to run the country, they simply don't exist as a political force in that regard. So with no political force, how does that power politics interact with your social base if actually you don't have a political project to tell people about? This isn't why we want your support. We want your support because we have a different sort of state we want to run. And you can't even very credibly say it's to defeat the IRA, because they seem to be very quiet at the very least. But obviously there is the threat, and you could see it over the last 12 months, or at least a rhetoric around the protocol agreed between the United Kingdom and the European Union, creating a sort of economic barrier across the Irish Sea, pragmatically agreed because there were 300 and something border roads between Northern Ireland and the Republic, and there was 2 ferry ports between Northern Ireland and Scotland and 1 small airport. So if you're going to try and manage customs, trafficking, crime, you'd rather do it on 3 ports that already have facilities and already secure than 300 roads, some of whom are little more than tracks, and there's no possibility, even during the armed conflict, that those roads were secure. But nonetheless, it obviously symbolically was seen as part of that. And for those of you who are into sort of maybe European studies, the notions of sort of a neo-functionalism, once very popular in political science, the notion characterized by one person that the EU strategy was you grab them by their checkbooks and their hearts and minds will follow. So you create an economic incentive to think of a European polity, and gradually you become more European. And political scientists today tend to dismiss it as a causal mechanism a bit too much, in the way it was too enthusiastically embraced. I think it's perhaps now too enthusiastically rejected. But there certainly is a strong sense in loyalists of a fear that an all-island economy is just the first step to an all-island polity, and a strong sense that their own community, if they were locked, and so they tend to critique the business community as already having made that jump into an all-island economy, and therefore the business community, rather than being the old industrial rock on which unionism sort of rested in terms of the iconography of the shipyards and heavy industry, now the business group are seen as slightly ambiguous, not very unionist, not willing to fund the party. Business people never stand for election, and it's because they're making money in the South or the European Union, and therefore they've sort of gone soft. So loyalists' own sense of political project has disappeared, and therefore, I think, not because they are more immoral or amoral than people who are in the IRA, but because they've no political project, much larger numbers of their activists have gone into just regular crime, particularly drug sales and drugs trafficking and people trafficking to a certain extent, particularly sex trafficking. And so bereft of another project, and with the skill set that Francesca talked about, they had the skill set of using weapons, they had access to weapons, they could do this, and therefore, in some ways, they did do this, because unlike Sinn Féin, the political cost of doing it was non-existent. What's very difficult to judge from outside communities, and they're very difficult places to do ethnographic research, is what their own community feels about this. Their critics would say these people represent nobody, they're 200-300 people, they impose themselves on loyalist working class communities and did represent nobody. Other people would talk about the fear of the IRA, the fear of United Ireland, the fear of the future. Even if it's not visible now, it's still there in the background, and they get away to some extent. And there's a spectrum. For those of you familiar with Ireland, the sort of a Southeast Antrim UDA, has long since abandoned any pretense to have a political objective. You get into Belfast and it's a little bit more murky, and there's elements of, I suppose, the generation of my age and a bit older who were part of the peace process, part of the agreement, who do still try to keep some sense of having a political objective, even if it's not that clear. But certainly, as a group, much more dominated by just regular, ordinary crime, to use that sort of perspective. So, just
Hi, have we done it?
no.
You've made it, Jenny.
Hi.
That's great.
I don't know where that's.
If Jenny and Giselle, if you could just stand by, we're just finishing up the last presentation, and then we'll be coming to you. Great, thanks.
It's just disappeared off screen.
It's a weird one, actually.
No, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Yeah, it's here.
Yeah.
The that's good. What happens is that we're seeing you and we need to see the PowerPoint presentation because the previous speaker is finishing. So just 1 second.
And just to finish, in 2 minutes, more tentatively, if we then shift from, if we see that temporal shift, we can look back towards from the conflict period to the here and now. Given there's a very lively debate in Ireland at the moment around the possibility of a post-Brexit referendum on creating a United Ireland. So it's not a paranoia for unionists, it seems a real possibility. In fact, there's probably at this stage a likelihood that there'll be a referendum within 10 years. Certainly a majority in Northern Ireland think there should be a referendum, and an even bigger majority think there will be a referendum. So even some of those who oppose it think it will happen. So it's natural that people will think about that. If you think of that period, then the top of the pyramid is no longer the British state, but rather we flipped from the bottom of the pyramid to the top. And so the state then becomes not the British state opposing United Ireland, but in some ways the broader nationalist agenda, not necessarily Sinn Féin, because that's down to elections at a given point in time, but certainly from a unionist perspective, the broader nationalist agenda then transforms the state. The two questions then remain, I suppose the crucial questions for this nexus in terms of the future is, what attitude does the British state take to that? At a formal level, they've signed an international agreement to facilitate a referendum, to support it in Parliament, to allow a United Ireland to emerge if that's the wish of the two parts of the island voting separately in a free and fair referendum. That may well be what the British state. Some people fear that the security apparatus, in terms of the history of MI5 seeking to undermine the Labour government in the 1970s, that would the British state be in control of its entire apparatus? Personally, I just don't see without trying to predict the future, what would be the gain for MI5 or MI6 in 10 years' time seeking to reverse the process? You could see why they didn't like a Labour government in the 1970s, however disreputable it was, but at least you could see why that was logical for their position. I'm not sure what the logic would be from a British security agency in 2030 arming loyalist paramilitaries in Northern Ireland to seek to reverse, apart from just causing chaos in your neighbour. I don't see the political logic that would lead that to be a likelihood. It's not impossible, but I don't see it as a likelihood. And for loyalists, ironically compared to now, gives them a new political project. So bereft of a political project at the moment, because United Ireland is still a bit away, but if United Ireland is imminent, or has even happened, a referendum is just being called, or just been passed, then almost inevitably somebody, however small a group, will seek to defeat that by violent means. It would be naive to think that nobody in the whole of Northern Ireland would not take up arms to try and stop in Ireland. But how big would it be? What sort of social base would it have? Would the British state support it? Is reversal feasible? From the point of view of loyalist paramilitaries now, defeating the IRA was at least a project they could feasibly see. If you're a leader of a loyalist paramilitary group in 2032, do you feasibly think that a small insurgency, especially if it's not supported by the British state, can actually reverse this? And people see no prospect of success. It doesn't always mean they'll never take part. I mean, the late Edward Lazar, the Lebanese scholar, often talked about the weakness of American rationalist political science, that people often struggled for their needs, not necessarily what they thought was achievable. And particularly, in his case, in the sort of Palestinian and Lebanese situations, he thought people, their own context sometimes make people lash out, not only in anger, but also because they can't see what else they can do. But then, normal crime would be a huge barrier to any loyalist movement seeking to create a political base in that circumstance, because they'd have to go beyond their current tidy support base. They'd have to persuade a certain percentage of the unionist community that they had a valid political project. And if you are the biggest drugs gang in Antrim and you're involved in sex trafficking and everybody knows you are, then how can you feasibly persuade the settled working classes and the middle classes of unionism to actually support your political project to prevent United Ireland by armed means? And ultimately, I think it depends on Britain then and that. So we get a different triangle. I think it's no less a triangle than the historic one of the conflict are now, but the temporal nature of the project radically alters the power dynamics of what's going on and the relationships between the three parts of the triangle. But conceptually, I think you can use the same tools to think about it. And so for me, just to finish, I think this then avoids us just trying to guess the future. Because then what's our role as political analysts? We're just one more person on a bar stool telling people what's going to happen in the future. But if the tools, we think, give us some insight into what happened in the past and what's now happening in the future, can give us some sense of this dynamic between power, conflict, and crime. then at least it gives us something to base, what would be the decision matrix for a loyalist leader, for the British state, for a new emerging state? Would they think in the same way as people thought during the conflict and are thinking now? Probably, possibly at least. And therefore, does that give us at least a tool by which to say, well, these are the following 2 or 3 likely options? I'm not predicting the future, but this is the way these things have panned out with a very similar set of actors in the past. And for me, that's the benefit we can take by using this temporal approach to looking at what's imminent and before us in a moment. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John. Very, very interesting. I've got a number of questions which I'm going to hold, and I'm sure people in the audience and indeed online do as well. So if we can hold those questions, you might want to note them down for the until the other 2 presentations have taken place. We'll then have a more general discussion. I'm very happy to say that we are joined by both Gisela Villa Benitez from Clark University, who's about to present on the law enforcement operations against illegal mining in Peru, and after that we'll hear from Jenny Pierce from the LSC. So Gisela, I hope you've been able to hear that presentation, if not see, and we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say. And I've been asked, sorry Giselle, just to interrupt, if I've been asked to say to you if you could keep it to 10 minutes, because we are running over time, that would be great.
I need to share my screen, sorry, and I need to be enabled by the host, so please.
Okay, we're just getting somebody who is going to change the permissions, hopefully, to give you the option to share the screen. This is the joys of working in a hybrid operation.
Let's bring it over here.
Somebody who's very kindly stepped in.
Yes, I have this message, house disabled,
it's just there.
Sharing, so
Yeah.
it's just, I will have some slides.
Sure, absolutely. That's great.
Sorry, you could just go there to share screen, allow everybody. Make her a coast. Oh, really? Is it? Sorry.
Yeah, no, you just go share screen. There. No, sorry. Just there, the arrow. Multiple participants can share some slides.
Okay.
Oh, I can do now.
You have it now.
That's great.
Perfect. Okay. So confirm that you can see this. Yes.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Excellent. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, perfect. Then I will get going. Thank you so much, Jose, and all the organizers. I'm very sorry I can't be there in person. However, I hope that you're happy with this presentation today. Greetings from Worcester, Massachusetts. Very far away from where you are. But I hope you're having a very nice time together. So my presentation is entitled "In the Shadows of the Great Recognition Pact: The Limits of Law Enforcement Against Illegal Mining in the Peruvian Amazon." And this is a side project emerging from my broader dissertation project based on the formalization of mining in Peru and in Colombia. And I would like to start with this prompt from a recent protest that we witnessed less than a month ago. On August 25th this year, 5,000 people blocked the Interoceanic Highway, the most important road connecting Peru and Brazil. They demanded the immediate stop of police and military operations against illegal mining in La Pampa. That's the colloquial name for the buffer zone of the Tambopata National Park. For almost 4 years now, La Pampa has been under a state of emergency to block illegal mining. However, locals denounced several waves of abuse, including corruption and the use of excessive force. You can read in this banner here, "Excuse us, but we are being murdered. We are not everything that the media is telling you." Rather than eradicating illegal mining, policing authorities became complicit in the reproduction of violent environments. So in this article I want to share, I want to explore why the criminalization of artisanal and small-scale mining has not been effective to transform violent environments into peaceful coexistence. Rather than examining state capacity, which is a subject very well dissected in the literature, I want to understand how criminalization opens a rupture in the state/citizenship property recognition pact in extractive frontiers. For me, recognition pacts refer to the process through which rights to citizenship and property are co-produced with political authority. Rights do not seamlessly flow from the state, but the fact that a specific political body can produce categorical distinctions to recognize claims to property and citizenship is already telling of its legitimacy and capacity to settle its authority. So, with this understanding, which I draw from Christian Lund in his research about extractive frontiers, I want to propose the idea of green recognition pacts. I understand it as the way in which environmental law enforcement in extractive frontiers reorganizing the opportunity structure for local right holders to summon the state intervention and protect them against criminality. In return, appealing to state coercive capacities on environmental grounds consolidates state authority in the administration of conservation via police and military intervention. This contract, however, is pretty much unstable. Extractive frontiers, I understand, are places plagued by rule interruption and attempts to reterritorialize new forms of resource control, producing post-extraction agreements. But let's be clear, this post-extraction does not necessarily entail past extraction. The patchiness of overlapping resource claims and the political authority each summons to legitimize them define conflictive and potentially violent institutional orders. So in this picture here, you can see these two expressions, these two sides of the Green Recognition Pact. On one side, the collective of citizens that claim green citizenship, and on the other, the state expressions present in Madre de Dios that answer to this conjuring. Bearing the glass of the Green Recognition Pact, I explore first how local right holders appeal to environmental state authority to pacify ongoing violent relations. Second, how the state recognizes some citizenship forms as protection worthy instead of others. And third, what fissures are carved with this uneven recognition and its effects in the reproduction of violent environments. My observations come from my fieldwork, which I conducted in 2019. They include in-site observations, interviews to local actors, including miners, but also other resource rights users, and political authorities, including police and military ones. I follow up these developments with online conversations with key informants and reviewing supporting documentation. So, the Madre de Dios region in the southern Peruvian Amazon accounts for around half of Peru's informal and illegal gold exports. While it has not been a stranger to violent disputes in the past, especially regarding overlapping resource rights, the criminalization of ASM, artisanal and small-scale mining, in 2011 inaugurated an unparalleled era of coercive state intervention. Between 2011 and 2013, in particular, these operations unfolded without clear strategic sense in the absence of any national plan to guide them. For instance, only since 2014, the police reports systematically included the number of interdicted devices, and the DA office began regulating the prosecution of illegal mining as a crime. These 2 years of abuse of force have been critical to discourage ASM as a legal activity and as a livelihood. As I explained in these 2 publications, criminalization suspended legal right holding over ASM mining claims, introducing administrative and bureaucratic traps. They are content their contentions are also overwhelmingly regarded as illegitimate. The Ministry of Environment led media campaigns that question the voice and plausibility of these miners as extractive allies in conservation, which stands as something remarkable when contrasted to how they praise the role of large-scale mining, even though the environmental impacts are pretty much acute. Informal and illegal mining is systematically merged under the axis of criminality, leaving miners in a disadvantageous position to voice their claims. Even though mining is the most critical activity in the region and other local right holders depend on its economic coupling, they are aware that it offers a scarce political repertoire to leverage state protection against criminal networks. A farmer living just in front of La Pampa commented to me, quote, "We all need mining, but here it is very difficult to live with it in peace. How can you say no when criminal miners threaten you, but the state then sees you as a criminal?" End of quote. An indigenous leader who can no longer mine in indigenous lands since its prohibition by criminalization adds, quote, "Before, I could try to do mining and negotiate with my invitado, my mining guest. Now it is absolutely forbidden, and I can't do mining nor my guest." End of quote. However, criminalization has not discouraged criminal groups who now invade legal right-holding claims. For example, formal miners are invaded by these actors. Environmental organizations, indigenous organizations, and akin networks invoke a state presence to control violence. They have denounced, for example, that while police and military operations took place in La Pampa, an environmental defender was murdered. As part of a broader civil society green coalition, they have advocated, for example, for the signature of the Escazú Agreement to protect environmental defenders. The Peruvian state has refrained from signing, and local environmental and indigenous organizations are aware of the limits of Escazú. For one of them, quote, "In the end, Escazú protects only a person, but here we are more than a person," end of quote. She commented this, implying that criminal organizations target places as well and territorialize forms of control grounded in fear. Regardless, the environmental defender identity is one powerful enough to at least keep the subject on the table and keep enrolling new allies. Nonetheless, this strategy is not without shortcomings. The most important one is that these expressions of green citizenship sweep under the carpet the dense connections with artisanal small-scale mining in the region. Therefore, they invoke partial but unsustainable forms of state intervention. Operación Mercurio, which started in 2019, attempted to control La Pampa by installing police and military bases. The Peruvian state claims the effectiveness of this approach by pointing to reduce deforestation in conservation areas. However, directing coercive capacities to conservation areas only introduces a geographical fix to violence. Displacing criminal networks operations to other places, including the areas assigned for small-scale mining or formal small-scale mining, farming, and indigenous territories. Green coalitions are unable to make visible this balloon effect, as the police itself calls it, without acknowledging that they depend on the economic activities beyond conservation. So in this map, you can see 4 new hotspots where illegal mining has been displaced following the police interventions in the La Pampa buffer zone. To summarize, what I find in Madre de Dios is a partial fulfillment of the Green Recognition Pact. Even when state authority on the grounds of environmental protection has been developed, this authority stands at odds with the green citizenship that invokes state intervention. Under the Green Recognition Pact, spaces for conservation rather than resource rights become targets of state intervention. I believe this is a specific characteristic of territorializing conservation in post-extraction landscapes under conditions of high scrutiny. For example, due diligence imperative by OECD and weak capacity. The Green Pact in Peru assumes the form of performative governance rather than meaningful transformations of living conditions for people and nature. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giselle. I don't know if you could hear the applause in the room, but people found that very interesting. And if I could ask the audience again to hold your questions, you might want to note them down until the third and final presentation has taken place. And that is Jenny Pearce from the LSE, who's going to talk to us about politics, crime, and non-war violences. I note the plural of the word violence. I think it's very interesting and very thought-provoking in relation to Mexico. And again, if you could possibly keep that to 10 minutes, because we are over time, that'll then give us a little bit more time for discussion. Hopefully you'll be able to, you've been able to hear everything, Jenny, and we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, that's great, that's great. And I am so sorry not to be with you, but I had this prior invitation to come to Geneva for a conference, which I had already accepted when I was invited to Dublin, so I didn't feel I could ethically not to come here to Geneva. But it has stopped me enjoying what I can already hear, the presentations I've heard just now, very interesting conversation. So I want to do my presentation. I'll do it very shortly. I know you're running out of time, but also 10 minutes. I won't go into a lot of empirical detail. I'm going to try and just raise a few broad general points and then a few sort of specific ones. So the general points, first of all, most of us social scientists know that reality moves far faster than our capacity to conceptualize it, let alone empirically grasp its details. And I think this is particularly the case with the topic of illegality, criminality, not the same thing, very important that I think, politics, the state and violences. Our tools, such as the basic ones of how we understand the state and how we understand war, are inadequate because they remain deeply imbued with a very specific geographic experience. And this has obviously been discussed many times. This won't be new to you as a topic of conversation. The rightly very respected classic thinkers of the 20th century, Weber, Elias, Tilly, to mention just a few, have given us incredibly important insights into the European process. But they've also encouraged us, or some of us, to think that the same insights can explain the rest of the world. And this, I think, prevents us from seeing the rest of the world through distinct logics, so their own logics, not the logics of the frameworks that have been so potent in trying to get us to explain very difficult issues of state formation. Francisco Gutierrez and I have often discussed what we talk as the diffusion rather than monopolization of violences that remain the case in many parts of the world, and particularly in Latin America. But the actual mechanisms of the violence diffusion processes are also very different across the global south and elsewhere, even in the United States, which is apparently a federal monopolization. We know that armed people and the right to bear arms makes it a very sort of particular case of violence monopolization. I would say it's much more of violence diffusion. And of course, we've seen the militias and the storming of the Capitol reminding us of what violence diffusion actually means. But it does take different forms in different places. There are a range of groups that organize and arm themselves, sometimes to fight each other, but often to fight on behalf of the state. Sometimes the state selectively takes them on. We need to understand why and when. And a lot of these processes are most commonly rooted in violent accumulation processes. They're not political insurgencies. They have a deep relationship with politics, however, and the state, because violent accumulation processes require varied alliances to function both territorially and socially. So these phenomena are now being studied much more in Latin America, and we have a wealth of new research, looking at urban and rural processes. A great deal looks at the varied forms of what is called criminal control, and sometimes it's called criminal governance. Very good friends of mine use that conceptualization, but I find myself quite frustrated by it. It doesn't seem to me that criminal governance captures the violence, the ordering and the selective use of violence, nor does it capture the way politics and the state are deeply connected to the particular forms in which criminality have evolved and in which illegalities are practiced. There's a lesser volume of literature that is beginning now to look at the violences and criminalities from the side of the state and to abandon the previous paradigm of state failure, which was so inadequate, given so much evidence of the state involvement in the processes that we are trying to make sense of. Now, this issue of looking at the state side of things has grown quite a lot in Mexico. There's been quite a lot of very interesting work now on attempts to interpret the particularities of countries such as Mexico, where unregulated accumulation, violences, and transactional politics coincide, generating a range of political effects and impacts. And it's this connection between unregulated accumulation, violences, and transactional politics that I find really important to study further before we actually can ever get a real conceptualization of what these processes are all about. So I see that connection between unregulated accumulation, violences, and transactional politics precisely as part of the violence diffusing character of the transactional state power process. And I suddenly thought, when I was looking at the transactional state power idea, that actually this is almost like a third variant of Michael Mann's classic formulation of the despotic and infrastructural power, that we actually have something now which we could call transactional power of the state in various parts of the world. And I'm particularly interested in the way the reproduction of varied violences, multiple expressions of violences, takes place, and the kind of politics that emerges. And that I think this is a phenomenon that's likely to grow, and that it's very important to look at it increasingly with a different lens and new lenses, because we have now had varied governments of the left in Latin America who want to grapple with the fact that they consider, quite rightly I think, that the violences of the region have roots in social injustice and economic power concentration, but where at the end of the day it's going to be vital that they address the issues of violences and criminalities. Colombia and Mexico, both with left-wing governments now. Mexico's AMLO is still considered the left, even though he's questioned by many sects of the left, but Colombian government is clearly a government of the left that's just come to power. They illustrate, I think, the depth of the problematic from their varied state formation processes. And what leaps out is the extraordinary levels of violences that both countries live. Which has led me to talk about non-war violences, but I'm not totally convinced that helps us either. So this is my last section, to keep this really short, right? Not only do we need new conceptual frameworks, but the empirical dimensions are truly complex, because precisely these violences are rooted in accumulation and transactional politics. So I've just come back from Mexico, from Tierra Caliente, Michoacán, one of the areas which is both the source of many of the violent actors that are now in narco cartels, drug trafficking organizations. And I've also been talking at the federal and the state level with various actors, trying to get my head round about how the politics and state formation process connects with the complexity of the local violence diffusion processes. And there are three sort of points I want to sort of finish on, right? So the first is how Mexico helps us understand more this transactional power idea. So we actually look at Mexico from the perspective of the history of the 20th century of the domination of the single party, the PRI, in which, although it centralised power to some extent, it was also very transactional, and certainly transactional when it comes to the use of violence, always depending on local actors to use the violences, basically, that were needed to preserve power. I can't go into the detail of that, but maybe another time we'll have an opportunity. And what happened in the late 1980s in Mexico was the PRI lost power, some call it the transition to democracy, but what we saw was precisely the loss of that ability to centrally control the transactionalism, so that locally, so many politicians have had to depend on the money that's come from criminality and illegal transactions. And it seems to me that AMLO's project can even be looked at as an attempt to bring back the centralisation of transaction. Possibly the monopolisation of violence, but that's a question to be further researched, because it's highly controversial with the militarisation security policy that AMLO's brought in. I think it's quite interesting to think about Colombia as well in the light of this transition from a transactional politics to political fragmentation and new forms of transactionalism. Because also after the 1991 Constitution, the Colombian bi-party system has also been unable to control the transactionalism in quite the same way. And so I think there's a really interesting issue to research in the two places of this loss of capacity to centralise the management of transactionalism. And the way the political system became increasingly dependent on drugs money and illegal financing. And this leads to my second point, the connection between the politics of transactionalism, the power of transactionalism, and violent accumulation, and the way transactionalism depends on the money that is able to lubricate it. And when I first came to Colombia in the 70s, everyone talked about the ventanilla siniestra. It was clear that the political system was already making use of drugs money in some way or another, and the economic system. And this was fairly acceptable. And when we look at the very many interesting works that have come out now on the history of drug trafficking in Mexico, its long history is extremely apparent. And the fact that the political system had always been lubricated to some extent by this, but when it was less centrally managed, this has led to a local fragmentation which has had enormous impacts, I think, on localities and regions. And this is what I live just now, and I've lived over the last 5 years going to Tierra Caliente, to Michoacán. And as I've watched the various local forms of violent process of accumulation impact on a politics that is no longer managed by the PRI, central, national, federal level party. And we've seen both the rise and intensity of new drugs processes, including fentanyl, which is now the main drug that the United States looks for those users, of course. The precursors come from China. But from that level of criminality and illegal economy, there's also the fact that the lemon growing and processing in Apatzingán, where I've been, is controlled by criminal actors. They actually control the hours you can work in the lemon fields because they want to keep the price of lemon high. It's not a very good quality lemon. And so the young kids, they go to the lemon harvesting in the day, early mornings, and then they have to come back at 3 o'clock where they have nothing to do. And so you couldn't understand the reproduction of violences without understanding the connection with the violent accumulation processes and the fact that the local police is controlled by the municipality, and we have all sorts of corruption around the local police getting involved in the same criminalities, and the lack of a security understanding or policy that can address this problem. So what emerges for me, being in Apatzingán, is the illegality and criminality is only one dimension. Violence regulation is another, which isn't the same as criminal governance. It's the fact that at the moment in Apatzingán, there's what we call a tense calm. Now at this moment, there's been a battle between cartels, and this caused enormous violences and forced displacements. And what I found out in Apatzingam is that the cartels in Apatzingam came together to unite against the cartel that wanted to come and use the corridors and would have actually taken over this part of Tierra Caliente. And those cartels have now offered to reduce robberies and to homicides, but they are continuing to extort the local economy and the business people. So that tense calm could be ruptured at any moment. So that leads me to my third and final point, is this, do we call this non-war violences? The extraordinary levels of violences, of disappearances, forced displacement, took us a long time to actually get recognition of forced displacement as a violence by the state in Michoacan. This is because, it's migration, isn't it? They always go to the United States. But in fact, forced displacement is really what's going on. Thousands of people forcibly displaced. So is it non-war violences, or is it actually a criminal war, which some scholars use, the idea of criminal wars, both between cartels and the state against the cartels, such as the army did ally with one cartel, one group of cartels did allied against another in Tierra Caliente. And so we have an awful problem of nomenclature, of understanding how we conceptualize what's going on. Mexico is in the OECD. So it's an incredibly important issue to clarify. For me, the issue is to understand better violence and its relationship to politics. Violence is a phenomenon with multiple expressions, including organised and non-organised criminal groups that use violence, but it is also embedded in the politics and in the state of the nation. And that's the point that for me is so vital. How is it that politics then becomes so dependent on the use of violences in different ways? Politicians connect with the criminal actors who give them money to pay for campaigns, and we, in the end, reproduce violences in all its forms in a country that's the member of the OECD and is not looked upon as at war. So I'll end it there.
Brilliant, thank you. Thank you so much, Jenny, and whether you can hear it or not, people here are applauding. We have, these have been three very different case studies, but one thing that seems to run through them is the way in which various different forms of power are being exercised with different claims to legitimacy, formal, informal, recognised or otherwise. So I know that there are some questions in the room, and I'm hoping that those who are online are going to be able to hear any questions. So if anybody has a question for somebody who's online, I'd ask you to raise your voice. If not, I'll have to relay it, so I hope it's short and succinct. To keep things manageable, I think we should take a number of questions together. So if your question or comment is aimed at a particular speaker, you might just highlight those. Yeah, great.
Yes, I have a question for Jenny first, which is come here.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, which is, hi Jenny, how's it going? I have a question in relation to the conceptual malaise that you're describing, that I think it's something that we all have felt at some point. I would like you to draw the line, because usually rebel governance and now the emerging field of criminal governance as well have been often conflated, collapsed, and talked of them as rebel/criminal governance. There are differences, and I'd like to know from your own experience, where would you draw the line conceptually, and if your work somehow could help clarify where to draw these lines, which I think are relevant and very important. And then I have a question for John as well, but I probably will leave it at that for now, and then I can discuss with John. I can do the question again.
That's great. We're going to take a few questions together before people take an opportunity to reply. Francisco, yeah, right.
Maybe so that
and actually, that would be great. Yeah.
So this is for the three of you. I'm not sure I'm not breaking the rules, but
no, there's no rule.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So it's very concrete. All of you delved on the relationship between criminality, insurgency, counterinsurgency, mediated through the political system. By the way, regards Jenny. So I would want you to elaborate on that and to explain us how did the political system participate in this transaction and this mediation between all these actors and fields of
Thanks very much, Francisco. Do we have a third question before we give it back to the panelists to contribute? You wanted did you have another one for John, or will you ask it informally afterwards?
Yeah, because I'm concerned with time. We have literally like 5 minutes, hopefully, for this, and then we need to hear the concluding remarks from Danilo. And after that, we have Brook Lounge, and we don't want to be late for that. So.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm really sorry that you're not with us, Gisela and Jenny, so that we can continue these discussions afterwards over a cup of coffee or a glass of wine. But let's make the most of it. So maybe just in order to keep the flow logical, I'll turn to the panelists in the order in which they presented, to John, to Giselle, and then to Jenny.
And sorry, just before John starts, I'm really sorry, I just couldn't catch the questions. The sound was okay, but I couldn't. It was breaking up, and I couldn't hear. So I'm really sorry. I'll hope another chance you can repeat the questions to me in another moment. But I'm really sorry I didn't hear them. So John, you'll have to do all the work.
We'll do that in a second. Yeah.
Okay. I suppose just very briefly, an elaboration. I mean, for me, it's always a spectrum where you draw the line, because in the context we're looking at, I think it's very difficult to have an absolutist statement that a certain criminal gang has no political agenda and a certain political actor has no criminal intent. So for me, therefore, it's a balance. Is an organization primarily focused on its political agenda and has a secondary requirement to raise funds, even if they do so in means that we might find reprehensible, or is an organization primarily a criminal actor but uses a discourse of subjugation or something to give some sort of cover to itself. And that's a judgment call. But I think it's a judgment call we're used to making in other contexts, and at least you can empirically say why you made the balance between A versus B. And so for me, it's the sort of primary or largest intent is the, I suppose, empirical conceptual mix I would use.
That's great. Thanks very much. Giselle, did you manage to hear the question, which was given to all three people by Francisco? Okay, I think we've lost Giselle. If she's there, she'll be able to break in and raise her voice. So I'm just going to ask if you could both maybe just come up and very briefly restate your questions slowly so that Jenny will be able to hear.
Jenny, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear, but the sound doesn't enable me to actually make out the sentences. I'm sorry.
Okay, I will say the question once more. If you don't hear it, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's about criminal governance and rebel governance. Very often, both concepts have been used as synonymous in a way. And I would like to know your conceptual kind of take on this. And where would you draw the dividing line, if there's any dividing line?
Yeah, I did manage to hear that. That was helpful. Yes, and we got all day. It's a really important question. And no, I don't see them as similar at all. And I also think, again, it relates to the question of what is politics. And I think I have a reaction at the word governance, per se, because it's a term that emerged at the end of the Cold War. And originally, it was about this notion that you could bring in civil society actors to government as well as the market. And as part of that whole moment with the World Bank, and you had the triangle that they put forward about this relationship, and you began to sort of there was talk about participatory governance. And the idea was it was no longer going to be sort of the state that was governing, but actually it wasn't state government, so we used governance, right? And I find it very strange to my sort of intellectual ear to think of this in terms of either criminal or rebel, even though I respect totally the people who've done that work. So it's absolutely, I sort of try and all the time try and sort of think in that when talking about political, I don't want any armed actors to understand better the kind of different ways in which they try to control territory. And I do not conflate that. I just don't see the sense of conflating that with the way criminal act. So that if you actually use the same idea, you actually are suggesting that essentially insurgency is only about accumulation and that criminality has no politics, right? And it seems to me there's a sort of much more to say about both of those things. Now, I have to acknowledge I'm influenced by my own history, in which I actually lived in El Salvador, in Chalatenango, in a moment when insurgents were trying to control territory, but actually it was the peasant population that were building their own, what they call poder popular local, their own local popular power. And then I sort of contrasted that with processes in Colombia and actually Eritrea, believe it or not, and beginning to sort of try. So, you know, I suppose because I come from very sort of political moments of insurgency, I find it very hard to think, even when they went into drugs, which we know the FARC did, that actually this meant it was only about accumulation processes. I think it was about accumulation, but it was also about territory for political purposes. And I always remember comparing the ELN's work on the exploitation of the oil pipeline with the FARC in going into drug trafficking. And there were still political goals in what the ELN did and what the FARC did. And that, for me, criminal governance is essentially about a combination of control of territory, which is essential for the accumulation processes. Yes, you need a certain amount of social support for that, which you could call occasionally, and I know in Apatingan, behind the mountain, you would go if you were a woman being beaten up by your husband, and you would go and get justice from the Viagas, the group that controlled that area. So there's a certain amount of kind of meting out a certain sort of justice, particularly on those issues, interestingly, even though I think attitudes towards gender violence did not imply there was never use of gender violence, but there was a sense, so you could say it was a sense of offering some sort of punishment, I would argue, as opposed to justice. But I would say that the goals were different. The goals were very connected to
Jenny, I'm just going to intervene here. We're unfortunately losing.
Other groups would come in, and you had to negotiate with the politicians, and therefore that connection of politicians and criminals, sort of acknowledging the leaving certain territories to the criminals to act. I've watched that happen in many parts. Sorry, a bit of a long answer.
Okay, thanks very much. You used the word connection, which unfortunately is a key one. We were losing a little bit of what you were saying. So we'll wrap it up there. Thank you very much, everybody, for your contributions, questions, and all our panelists. I'm sorry you can't be with us, Jenny. And I'm going to hand over directly, I think is the easiest, to Danilo for the final closing remarks.
Thank you. Also, Jose, in a fit of absent-mindedness, Jose delegated me this responsibility and honor to try to, in a fit of absent-mindedness, or is it perhaps sadism, Jose delegated me the responsibility to do the concluding remarks, because of course this is an impossible task. It is a huge shame we don't have 3 days to unpack all the excellent contributions. So all I can hope to do in 5 to 10 minutes is to quickly remind us of some of the brilliant theses we had today, and to pose a few questions for hopefully each of the speakers as best but obviously this is me abusing my prerogative to misinterpret much of what was said, because what I don't know about most of these topics could fill entire libraries. So first of all, Professor Richmond opened our conference with a very important injunction, and that is that peace building, as we've been understanding it in these kinds of contexts, needs to be really fundamentally rethought. We understand that criminal actors, in principle at least, can be some kind of contributors to the peace process. This is obvious enough because they are stakeholders. And yet, we have a certain outdated, arguably anachronistic idea of state formation processes, of state reform, of what those should be. We have a certain we know that there's this inherent escalatory dynamic, as Professor Richmond called it, that violent, crime-ridden areas expand, that they have an internal kind of tendency to expand, but we keep clinging to certain
notions of peace building and development in a certain teleological sense, in a certain linear sense, as if they are one-way processes and as if every society is moving in the same direction. Those, of course, the development paradigm, the peace-building paradigm, needs to be fundamentally rethought because, as we know, criminals do state building and often not for the worst. What was most interesting in Professor Richmond's statement was that he found evidence that criminal actors had little interest in peace building, but that they had lots of interest in filling the void that the state leaves behind, that they had lots of interest in doing a kind of proto-governance, to do governance functions, to do proto-state building. And so the big question is, how do we engage in dialogue? And this is, for Professor Richmond, arguably the best question. What kind of bridges can we build between the practitioners who are actively engaged as practitioners on peace building, on the one hand? How do we build bridges between them and the rest of us who are academics and scholars and sociologists? I do hear, even though I'm in the latter category, a lot of frustration from people who have to do practical peace building and development projects because they find a lot of what we as sociologists and social scientists say to them useless, too structural, too broad, too irrelevant. I was reminded recently of a joke it's attributed to Ireland, I don't know if it is an Irish joke, about a peasant who gets lost somewhere in Ireland, and then he's asking one of the villagers, he says, how can I get to Dublin? And the guy says, what, you're going to Dublin? He said, yeah, can you help me with directions? I'm going to Dublin. And the peasant looks at him with contempt and says, and pity, and says, if I was going to Dublin, I would never start from here, right? So that's how it feels to a lot of practitioners when we as sociologists tell them, you are where you are, and you cannot change the history, and you cannot change the poverty level, and you cannot change most of the structural factors which we tend to preoccupy ourselves with. And I wonder how we can bridge this gap, because we want to be meaningful at some level to we as social scientists, we don't want to be just repeating formulas about, well, first of all, you shouldn't start from here. You shouldn't have the colonial history that you have. You shouldn't have the level of poverty you have. You shouldn't have had this region. You picked a very unfortunate geography. None of these are relevant, and it's frustrating because these people operate at 6 months to a year. What can we do practically to rehabilitate, for example, young men between 18 and 24 who are getting dragged into criminal organizations? We don't really have good answers to that, and we need to pay attention to that. Francisco did us a tremendous favor by reminding us of the historical groundedness, is your phrase, of this entire sphere, including the historical groundedness of what the political sphere is to begin with. That the political sphere is not some trans-historical, trans-cultural across this, but that it's historically grounded, that it's recursive, in your words, Francisco, that it questions itself and redefines itself in virtue of being there, a very important point. You reminded us that state formation and criminality and the interrelations between the two are a very old theme, going back to St. Augustine and Clausewitz and Machiavelli, let alone the Tilly, where we usually begin the story, right? You gave us this wonderful metaphor of the three-body problem. You gave us this wonderful example of the King of Wessex, who says if it's less than 7 people, we have simple thieves. If it's more, they're a band. But if it's over 35, it becomes a national security threat. So that's a wonderful categorization. And my question for you is, have we overdone it with the over-conceptualization? By which I mean, have we gone too far in the direction of, there is such a thing as too much of a good thing? And when you gave us this wonderful masterclass overview, there's so many there is promiscuity, and then there is convergence, and then there is divergence, and then there is synergy, and then there is, right? And we seem to multiply with every new case study a whole new conceptual category, and I wonder if it might not be better to go back to simplicity, like this Duke of Wessex, not in his way, but at least he had 3 categories. And can we imagine, for simplicity's sake, just going back to a couple of categories that are basic? Christoph Kaufmann and this wonderful paper on Colombian predatory gold mining and this mining strike in 2017. My question will be, it's a wonderful question. What is the relationship between citizenship and these extractive processes under these confusing conditions of state criminal overlap, you might say? I wonder, how would you connect this to the literature on gangster extractive processes, by which I mean things like extraction of oil by Daesh in the Middle East, extraction of various, hydrocarbons getting dug out of the ground by criminal actors in various societies, kleptocracies like Mobutu in Uganda,
Idi Amin also, but in Liberia, excuse me, in Liberia I'm thinking of. Yeah, DRC. Okay, all of those work for what I'm saying. Whether it's blood diamonds, whether it's picking out hydrocarbons of the ground, whether it's oil and gas in the cases of Islamic State, in the cases of Daesh. These are all interesting case studies to connect with what I heard Christoph Kaufmann to be talking about. Neri Rametti has run away, but he has a wonderful reminder to us, and leave it to the lawyers to remind us of how tricky legal frameworks can be. He taught us that the main thing to keep in mind about the Palestinian occupied territories is that what is keeping them pacified is law, and that he called this the most legalized occupation in the world. This concept of hyper-legalization, in which 5 overlapping and sometimes mutually contradictory legal frameworks, the Ottoman one, the British colonial one, the military legal framework, the Israeli legal framework, all coexist uneasily, enabling the Israeli state to pick and choose according to its purpose, when it suits it, when it doesn't, to suppress Palestinian civil society. And he described this as a Don Quixote fight. He described this that Palestinians will always lose, he says. Even if nominally they appear to be winning, if something appears to be in their favor by the Israeli Supreme Court, in fact, this is just a cynical maneuver by the Israeli state to actually legalize an alternative way to keep suppressing the Palestinians. And we all know this, and this was very persuasive, but my question to Neri is, isn't it a testimony to the nature of the Israeli system that there is, at all, a judiciary to be criticized for hypocrisy to begin with? It makes a world of a difference whether you never, under any circumstances, have even the possibility to have anything in the judicial system go in favor of some oppressed group like the Palestinians under occupation, as opposed to having that possibility imperfectly appear some of the time. So Israel is obviously the latter category, and that's nothing to be dismissed. To be sure, they use it cynically, to be sure. But also, isn't it true that Israel has B'Tselem, the Israeli Center for Human Rights in the occupied territories, and when they publish a report to say this is illegal and the settlements are illegal and the wall is illegal and bulldozing Palestinian homes is illegal under Israeli law, and then when the Supreme Court has an opportunity to make a judgment about how dropping 1-ton bombs on densely populated neighborhoods in Palestine, for example, is not according to Israeli law, that's a powerful instrument for the Palestinians, and it's used as such. And it's used as such by Westerners like me who go there once every 10 years because it reaches us, and that's a very powerful tool. So that's notwithstanding his critique of the hyper-legalization, but at the same time, and without contradicting that, there is this tremendous resource that other countries don't have. And so it's a testimony to Israeli civil society and this judiciary system that it has significant democratic elements. It's not Persia, for example. It's not Serbia, for example, where the judicial system never, ever rules against what the executive branch is doing. That's a significant difference. We shouldn't scoff at that. Chiavorali, I'm butchering these names, I do apologize. On the coca and marijuana producers, my question for her is, Colombia is not in a vacuum. And this is something that I know for others as well, but a lot of the presentations, according to also what Professor Petrovic said, what is the interrelation between geopolitical, exogenous, international factors and these endogenous processes, in this case, the endogenous process of the coca production and the marijuana production inside Colombia? But how is that connected to, Chiara told us herself, Reagan, 1980s, the drug war. America is the major vacuum of the drugs coming out of Central America. The drug war in the United States, even though it has nothing to do with Colombians, has to do primarily with African Americans in the prison system in the United States, and Ronald Reagan and his crazy prison industrial complex has profound effects on internal processes in Colombia, and those two things can't really be separated in many respects. And so the debate over criminalization, legalization, decriminalization, Colombia is not alone. And how would we conceptualize that? The exogenous factors, in particularly of this regional hegemon that sucks up the and that has a significant say. Who is selling all those military equipments to the Colombian government for decades? What kind of conflict would it be if the United States was not a major, right? So this is, I know this is obvious to you guys, but Professor Petrovic. So we have a long-lasting dialogue, as it were, about the role of Zoran Djindjic. You gave us this wonderful trajectory. My question to you would be, so the part that you forgot to mention is that the tragedy of Djindjic is that he comes in as the anti-legalist. Koštunica is the figure who stands on the side of law, on the side of legality, on the side of constitutional, because he's a constitutional scholar, and takes the position that Milosevic's constitution, Milosevic's laws, the entire legal infrastructure of the Milosevic regime is the framework within which we should democratize the country. And Djindjic, of course, looks at this and says, this is garbage. That just means that you reproduce the criminal state that was designed for wars and sanctions and hyperinflation. So just how do you think about that? It's a paradox that Djindjic, who is trying to crack down on the mafia, to put them behind bars, to get rid of the Milosevic apparatus, is the one who has to, anyone who inherits a regime like that has to be the lawbreaker. What do we say? If somebody were to inherit Putin's regime tomorrow, you know, Jesus Christ, Elliot Ness figure, inherits the Putin regime tomorrow, he could not reform the state within the legal framework that's inherited. So you have to be anti-law, so you have to be anti-constitution, you have to be, so to speak, the criminal, which is precisely what Djindjic was accused of. So how you think about that, I wonder. Jose, quickly moving on, greedy peacemakers. We love the concept is just genius. The idea that post-peace criminal flourishing is something that we've neglected reminds me of this distinction that the anthropologists make between war as a condition and war as an event. Like a lot of my American colleagues think war as an event, like it has a beginning and an end, and then it's over, and then we go back to peacetime. But in fact, war is a condition. And we know this full well in countries like Colombia, Serbia, or Lebanon, or whatever you like. When the war is over, the war is not over. Because the legacy of the war, in terms of the smuggling, in terms of the criminal, in terms of the young violent entrepreneurs who are now out of work, out of the battlefield, in terms of the shadow cast on civil society, on the economy, on the formal economy, on the parliament, the war class spills over, right? There's this war spillover effect into peacetime, and you persuasively told us about this. And you persuasively dismissed this liberal peace-building paradigm that markets are good for peace. If the dominant economy and / market is dubious, right? If it's a narcotics economy, what kind of free market fantasy do we have as if it's a normal capitalist market when it's not a normal capitalist market? Is a very important question, right? You get these spoilers for peace. So my question for you would be this. To what extent is the post-war, post-conflict criminality inevitable? In other words, this mass defections of FARC commanders into the mafia, into the hands of the mafia, is that something that was easily preventable? Or is that actually a sign of progress and a kind of necessary growing pain and a kind of necessary evil that has to accompany any ceasefire, that has to accompany any, I don't know what that in 2016 obviously was some critical juncture. I don't understand it well enough, but it sounds like it's a end of one chapter and it's some kind of critical juncture, right? You know, maybe we should lower our expectations and know that every time, in 1995, the Dayton Peace Accord ends the Bosnia thing, and 20 years later, we're still living with the legacy of the criminal economy from Bosnia. We're still living with these smugglers and criminals are in power. Half of that political class from the Bosnia war transitioned into the mafia, and they're still around, right? It's a common, it's not just Colombia, so I wonder, to what extent are we optimistic and not optimistic? Nada Ahmed. It's a wonderful case study. I think many of us appreciate you brought in Libya because Libya is an understudied, it seems, collapsing state. Criminal behaviors, you want to say, that basically these tribes that united against Gaddafi, and then they just turned on each other the minute he fell, coinciding with this process of he created a system of divide and rule to rule over them, dancing on the heads of snakes, just like he didn't invent this. Every authoritarian regime does this, and in the Middle East especially, every authoritarian regime does this, like in Yemen, dancing on the heads of snakes. The question is, though, like Saleh in Yemen, right? Now, Francisco asked about a causal claim. I think that's an important contribution you should move to in your paper. What is the causal claim exactly if you're doing this process tracing? And my question is, yes, it's an authoritarian regime. Yes, these authoritarian regimes create, the nature of what they do is the only functional institution in Libya was Gaddafi himself. All the other institutions were undermined. And so my question is, to what extent is Gaddafi special? To what extent is Libya special? Because
a lot of these regimes do this on purpose. They create warring factions within the military, warring factions within the security apparatus that are strong enough to do repression, to keep the regime preservation, but that are not strong enough to be actually a functional military, and they're turned against each other. Because if they're too strong, they could turn against me. So we know this from the political science. So to what extent is Gaddafi just normal in that regard? Professor Doyle, he gave us a fantastic triad that is extremely useful between the politics, conflict, and crime. An amazing crash course that I learned so much about the IRA and the loyalist paramilitaries, various other non-state actors. The one line I would take out is this amazing ambivalence where on the one hand, so as you said, they are using, the IRA, for example, uses crime. There's no doubt about it. They're smuggling guns, they're robbing banks, they're policing the communities where they have leverage, where they have clout. But there's this ambivalence or ambiguity, as you said. On the one hand, they want to be the legitimized violence. The kind of proto-police controlling their own territory is very good, including reputationally. On the other hand, it's extremely high risk. And you're saying it's a risky enterprise, huge penalties for meting out justice in this way, beating up petty crime. And so my question is, what does this depend on? Can we distinguish between a kind of nefarious crime, which is very difficult to get away with in the name of national self-emancipation, separatist cause, freeing the people, self-determination, and other crime which is easily justifiable and which is so easily sellable to the population? For example, weapons going from Whitey Bulger from Boston, where Professor Petrovich and I came, across the ocean to help the IRA, I can easily sell that. If I'm an IRA military, I can easily sell that to the population of, good crime. This is good crime. This is for the benefit of freedom and emancipatory struggle. If I'm doing, as you mentioned, drug smuggling, that's a more difficult thing to sell, isn't it? I studied the KLA in Kosovo, this similar kind of separatist organization, analogous to the IRA in many ways. When they do drug smuggling, it's roughly justifiable because we need the funding in the same way that FARC needs the funding. Every other funding source is blocked to them for the freedom fight. On the other hand, they start doing organ trafficking. They start doing kidney smuggling. Now that's nefarious crime because it's very difficult to publicly acknowledge, let alone justify, something like organ smuggling in the name of fighting the British Empire or the Serbian genocide or whatever it may be. So my question is, to what extent do these movements want to have their cake and eat it too? They want to do the crime insofar as this establishes proto-state functions like the policing, but they also don't want the risk. They want to stay away from the risk and the moral hazard because there is this tremendous compromising and delegitimizing burden to doing the crime. Finally, so Giselle Villa Benitez in the Green Recognition Pact, very similar to the story of the miners' extractive economy. My question is, what should the Peruvian government do? The Peruvian government is, yes, I'm finishing, is damned if you do, damned if you don't. On the one hand, the Peruvian government is playing whack-a-mole, as she pointed out. If you crack down here, it pops up illegally over here. You crack down here, the illegal mining pops up over there, and it seems unstoppable. On the other hand, if you do nothing, the predatory criminal elements within the mining community are going to obviously be predatory towards, including innocent miners and innocent communities who depend on that whole region. So finally, Professor Pierce obviously gave us a remarkable reminder about the selection biases toward war-torn societies. There's a bias towards the global north in many respects. There's a bias towards a certain Cold War era notion of governance, which we need to scrutinize very carefully because criminal governance, she persuasively argued, is not necessarily the best mode to move forward. My question is, I really like this idea of building on Michael Mann's distinction between despotic and infrastructural power, and you suggested introducing the third transactional power, transactional state power. My question is, how does this transactional power relate to patrimonialism? The word we haven't discussed today at all is patrimonialism, which is a central concept to many of the thinkers that came up today, meaning this, you scratch my back, I scratch yours, patron-client networks, patron-client relations, instead of bureaucratized Weberian states. And so when I hear transactionalism, it sounds a lot to me like patrimonialism, and I wonder what it's like. I'm done.
We have to stop now because
we are done.
Lunch now, and Francisco just want to say.
I told you would regret. You were going to regret giving me.
No, we don't regret it. This was excellent, Danilo. So I want to pick on
Danilo, on an inconsistency of yours, but not to pick on you, but simply to use the opportunity to end this fantastic conversation for me. Danilo asked me, shouldn't we go back to simplicity and then ask everybody else, isn't your case much more complex than what you think? So I think that we have to cast the net wide conceptually and then at some moments focus on specific aspects of that primordial universe. So I think that this event has served to set some parts of the agenda and to raise some of the fundamental questions that Danilo raised.